Anybody remember Atari? You know, the gaming company that pretty much started video games as a mainstream hobby? Well, they are embarrassing now. I don't know if any of you ever keep up, because I know you don't hear about them, because they don't really do anything, and when they do, it's a catastrophic failure from all that I can find. But the most recent thing that they're peddling is an Atari Hotel, which is apparently some kind of licensed partnership with some developers where they're going to be making a gamer hotel, and they used an AI video to showcase it. It is a blatant, obvious, fake thing that even as a concept piece, I think kind of falls flat on its tits, where it basically wants to be an all-encompassing gamer utopia where you have RGB rooms and you have an esports venue, a concert venue, a sports venue where you can bet on sports and watch the big games, and arcade cabinets out the wazoo. And they have this AI-generated video that probably took them like 45 seconds to make to show all of this. And my god, does it look like shit. Everything about it is terrible, but the most shameless part is they are using this as a pitch piece to try and get every Joe Schmo out there that happens to stumble across it to give them $500 as an investment so they can be an investor in Atari Hotels, and they have it structured like a Kickstarter thing where you can go all the way up to like $50,000 where you give them 50 grand and you get a brick. It's so fucking stupid. This company has to have one of the hardest fall-offs in corporate history. Like, at least Blockbuster, when it fell off, it had the dignity of dying with its boots on. Atari has just existed in a pitiful state for decades now. And despite not doing anything like meaningful for decades, their brand is still extraordinarily recognizable. That's how big they used to be. Yet they can't do anything good with it. So now they have this shit slapped on there for a hotel project that I think absolutely is dead on arrival and will crash and burn if they ever even get it off the ground. To be e-begging as Atari Hotels is so laughable. See, in the latest gaming scam, the Atari Hotel. They have Atari Hotels Official. We're building someone no one else has, the world's first Atari Hotel. This sounds familiar.
Something bold is rising in downtown Phoenix.
You love to hear the immediate AI voiceover. Very cool. That inspires confidence. Atari Hotels launches regulation offering inviting fans and community to own a piece of the future of hospitality. Well, maybe I was too quick to judge. Maybe this is awesome.
The world's first Atari Hotel.
Can't even say the name right.
For as little as $500. Set in the heart of the city's arts and entertainment district, where culture, nightlife, and creativity collide. Rising at the intersection of Roosevelt and Central, with a walk score of 95, this will become
Hell is a
pulse
walk
of downtown.
score.
Picture yourself on our rooftop pool deck, surrounded by music, energy, and skyline views. Step inside, every space tells a story. An immersive playground built for gamers, dreamers, and creators.
Nice. This is already looking really cool. You had a bunch of fucking mutants in here. Nothing tells me surefire success quite like having nothing to show besides AI-generated renders. Yes, I can't wait to book my $500 stay right now. Here's an article written about it. Let's see. Atari Hotels, a first-of-its-kind immersive entertainment and hospitality venue, today announced the launch of its Regulation A Tier 2 equity offering, giving fans, gamers, and community a chance to become true owners. Yep. Throw that in the wastebasket right away. That's a load of fucking barnacles. Scam! Scam! Atari Hotels recently acquired over 1 acre of land in Phoenix's arts and entertainment district, Roosevelt Row, seeking between $35 to $40 million to fund the development of its flagship location. How is it reimagining hospitality for modern gaming, pop culture, and sports? What is it doing? Adding RGB? Is that it? That's how they're reimagining it? Does it say?
An entertainment experience like no other. Your ultimate all-in-one destination.
How is it like no other?
Recharge
Tell
in
me.
next-gen suites, where comfort meets the latest in gaming and streaming tech. Catch every moment in our
Whoa!
next-level sportsbook and gaming lounge, where competition meets connection. From live concerts to esports battles, our 2,000
Esports battles in Atari hotels? How stupid do you think I am? Yeah, I'm sure.
plus person event center is built for unforgettable nights. Here, nostalgia collides with the future. Classic icons.
Damn, look at this arcade! Holy shit. I got like a whole closet full of cabinets. Reimagined fun.
Be a part of it with as little as $500. You can own a piece of Atari Hotels Phoenix. Atari Hotels. Play, stay, live the game. Brought to life by Intersection Development, with over $350 million of projects built right here in this neighborhood. Designed by Rack House, where architecture becomes emotion, and every space is an experience. Masterpiece designs by Top Rank Original. Design tough, built tough.
Design tough, built tough for tough gamers, god damn it. Wow. I'm investing, I have to. I'm losing money not investing in this, my god. It'll fuse nostalgia culture with futuristic technology from high-tech guest rooms and creator studios to 2,000-plus person esports and concert venues, sportsbook, and layers of immersive bars, restaurants, and shopping. With $14 million invested to date in the Phoenix project, Atari Hotels is inviting the public to join in on the next phase. A strategic decision to accelerate development while building a deeply engaged community of stakeholders. The Reg A offering provides participants with actual real estate ownership, including preferred returns and access to exclusive experiences starting at a minimum investment of $500. So they have invested $14 million and are looking for $35 to $40, even though this is backed by apparently fucking Goliath companies here like this, responsible for $300 million worth of developments across their resume, and the most they can fork over is $14 million here. Even if it hits the funding goal, let's say it goes like bananas, $80 million or whatever gets raised, how the fuck is it going to be anywhere near this? $80 million is not going to get you a facility like this with state-of-the-art reimagined technology rooms, a fucking immersive bars, restaurants, shopping, concert venue, and esports arena. That is so stupid. No way. No way. The second video goes over the scam in more details. This one is the same video. They just re-uploaded the same video. They did it twice. No, not that one. Oh, this one.
This AI-generated slop hotel is the epitome of marketing buzzwords, but it's apparently also really cheap to get in on. An official Atari
How
hotel
convenient.
is popping up in Phoenix, Arizona, and it's pretty safe to assume the branding is completely meaningless at this point. Their juiced-up website is projecting that the cyberpunk-esque building will be done at the end of 2028, and that the whole shebang will be super walkable, convenient, and luxurious for gamers in particular on account of all the arcade cabinets and whatnot. The thing is, though, their whole promo shtick is essentially just begging you for investments on the project. In a move straight out of Kickstarter.com, Atari Hotels is asking for a minimum $500 US in exchange for partial ownership of their not yet existent building, inclusion in the
But just like Akon City, it's coming. And look at how sad all of us were that we didn't get a chance to invest in Akon City. Now we can with Atari.
Hotel's loyalty program and a personalized printable PDF of a certificate of ownership. The promo video for the hotel literally ends with these, but hey, at least you're guaranteed a physical brick with your name on it if you fork over 50 grand on the thing.
And I mean, it's a team you can at least trust. They have a combined track record of creating and structuring over $500 million in real estate deals and $4 billion in successful tech exits, blending a strong financial track record with creative execution. With deep roots in Phoenix's Roosevelt Row, including the successful launch of 15 hospitality and residential projects, This team boasts a rich understanding of the local neighborhood, which is why they're so confident in it they only invested 14 million of their own money, but want 40 million of your money. This is a grand slam waiting to happen. It's gonna be like that Willy Wonka amusement park in Scotland. The Willy Wonka experience, yeah, for hotels. Unbelievable, man. That's crazy. That's so shameless. Well, it's coming pretty soon. It's starting in 2026. We'll get to see it from the ground up. I can't wait. The people who get nostalgic about Atari are all in their 50s and probably fall for AI, so who knows. I mean, that's still kind of a stretch, though. Like, I don't think people in their 50s are going to be like, $500? All right, I'll give it to Atari Hotels. This is exactly what I want. A place where I can watch esports events. Like,
Battles.
the 50-year-old Atari fans are not going to care about the esports event space or anything like that. I don't know. I just don't think this has a chance of getting any real human beings to put money into it. You'd have to be a fucking beyond degenerate moron to throw $500 at this. Like, they couldn't even do the bare minimum of AI generating something that looks realistic. Like, just look at this. You can stop at any single frame, and it is just a disaster. Like, everyone's fucking face is melting. This guy's arm has fallen to the back rooms. Like, every single thing here. And they're all just like, these hills have eyes like mutants everywhere. They're not even using, like, the newest AI videos or anything. It's whatever the cheapest, fastest shit they could churn out was. And even just as a concept, the hotel has a terrible idea. Yeah, it doesn't even have a strip club. Well, not yet. That's if you donate the $50,000 to it, you get a brick and a lap dance. And a free 1-year subscription to Sohids. Would have been better in Vegas, like a gaming casino hotel. I guess. I don't think this is a hot take. I think this should be a pretty obvious take. But the thing is, if you're trying to market to gamers for a social experience, you're fucking stupid. Like, the last people that would want a gamer hotel would be gamers. They're not gonna go. If this actually gets built... Oh, yeah. I mean, you can just stop it right there if this actually gets built. It won't. Here's what I think. I think they will start construction on something. I think whatever they end up finishing construction on will not be Atari Hotel. It won't be a gamer hotel. I think it'll end up just being another one of their endless hospitality projects, and this was just going to be a fucking failed concept. They'll just pivot. Wait to hear about the Atari's next project, Atari Airline that takes you to Atari Cruise. Genius. I know you're making a joke, but it actually is incredible to me how Atari was so early to video games. They had such a stranglehold on it, and they floundered. And now, all they coast on is their once powerful name. Despite not having any real, like, products or anything of value for the last, like, 2 decades, almost 3 decades, they still coast with this name because it's so recognizable. But they won't do the bare minimum of just trying to make good games or anything again. Like, they're just totally content to do nothing except try and cash in goodwill on the Atari name. It's crazy to me. Oh, it's the actual Atari business. As far as I can tell, this is the actual Atari business, yeah. This isn't like a knockoff or anything. This is an Atari partnership, from what I can tell, based on their website here. Though, I did just Google something that came up with a Reddit post from someone who's been looking into this. So, I'll take it with a grain of salt for now. According to this post, it's a hotel with the Atari license and branding, but totally unaffiliated with Atari. Which sounds very par for the course if that is true. Atari they probably got a cold call and an email like, hey, for like $50, can we like use the Atari name for a little something we're cooking up? And they're like, yes! Yes, God, please! Anything! So basically like Nickelodeon Hotel. They just use the brand and IPs, but it's actually run by Holiday Inn. God, the Nickelodeon Hotel is a classic. Oh, it's so good. These new-gen scammers don't know how it was back in the day. They actually had to work to scam people. All you need now is AI. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, like, you're making a joke, but it's actually super true. You actually had to try to scam back in the day. Now, AI does it for you. It's such a shame. There had to be some level of intelligence to a scam. No longer the case. Bernie Madoff with AI would have been unstoppable. Yeah, they would have never caught his ass if he had AI in his tool bag. Hello, communication enthusiasts. Just wanted to do a little check-in here. I know all of us are salivating, waiting on bated breath for our Trump phones to finally ship. And about 2 months ago, on January 12th, I did my first little check-in to see what's going on because the T1 device was supposed to ship in 2025, in the summer of 2025. But when they missed that initial promise, they then said, as a result of the government shutdown and stuff, we had to put the kibosh on it for a little while, had to pump the brakes, so it's coming any day now. Well, any day was not 2026 either, it seems, because January they still had no idea. I was talking to customer support, they had no clue. And I just started thinking, well, it's been 2 months since the last time I called. Might as well get a little status report, see if anything's changed over there. Shocker, nothing's changed, but they're saying any day now. And you'll get to hear on the phone call, the representative did kind of give like a tentative release date idea, kind of like the concept of a release, which obviously inspires confidence. So mark your calendar for the nebulous idea of any day now for the delivery of the Trump phone, which, by the way, it's not like pre-orders were free or anything to reserve. People forked over 100 clams for a phone that they were told they'd be receiving in the summer of 2025, or even still on their website, the end of 2025. Feel like that might need a little sprucing up because it is not accurate unless they hit it somewhere at the end of 2025 and you gotta find it like the fucking One Piece or something. And again, this was $100 flushed down the shitter here for this. And according to data, like the available numbers, thousands upon thousands of people paid $100 to reserve this device that they were supposed to be having in their hands in 2025. And now it's still not, no one's got it, no one's even seen it. I can't find a single photo or video of the T1 device being tested or utilized or even shown. So there's still nothing tangible at all, and complete radio silence from Trump Mobile on the whereabouts of the phone. Which blows my mind because I don't want to just regurgitate everything from last video, but if you don't recall, the Trump phone, its whole selling point was, this is a fully American-made mobile device that you can pre-order for $100 to reserve it, and it would cost hundreds of dollars, not thousands, which, if you know anything about electronics, is actual unicorn shit. This is gobbledygook they were spitting out, because a fully American-made phone would cost thousands of dollars. There is just no way to deliver what they were claiming as an American-made phone. At that price point, it would have been impossible. So, on their website, they changed it from made in the USA to now just being proudly American, and they also got rid of the September 2025 release date on there because they missed it by a little bit, and they've missed every other release date that they've tried to fart out. And I think that's probably the last time they updated the site because that site still has such inaccurate information. It feels like the Trump Mobile website gets less updates than the fucking Space Jam GeoCities website. It is crazy because they still have things on there about like how it's coming at the end of the year, 2025, that kind of stuff. But the reason I find it so interesting is because I expected them, and many others speculated, that they would just drop ship some Alibaba trash phone just to hawk something, since people put hundreds of dollars on it and they just like spray paint it gold. But they haven't even done that. They just have delivered nothing and have gone completely catatonic on the whole subject of the T1 device. It is very weird. Like it's not cheap. You put $100 down on the idea of having a phone maybe at some point. And they don't even bother trying to keep you updated on it at all. You have to call and pry some information out of them. Information that may just be completely made up fiddlesticks, by the way. But anyway, let me show you how the check-in went with the actual customer service here to get some answers. Let's do a little check-in on my Trump phone. Surely it's probably out for delivery. I imagine it's left the warehouse at Temu by now. Let's take a peek.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Due to inclement weather, we are unable to take your call at this time. Normal hours of operation are from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Central Standard Time, Monday through Friday. Thank you. Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. Our offices are currently closed. Please call back during our normal business.
Trump Mobile, huh? What? I am literally looking at their website right now. Their hours of operation also include Saturday and Sunday, 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. CST, which I am firmly in the middle of. And what weather are they talking about? What the fuck is happening at Trump Mobile HQ right now? Jesus Christ, did Monkey D. Dragon come through with the wind fruit or some shit and just blast them off the face of the planet? What do you mean? It's supposed to... I'm in their business hours. Well, I'll be. Just saute my cheeks, why don't you? Is there anything on the Trump Mobile site that's accurate or truthful? Like, holy shit, even their posted business hours aren't accurate. So, I'm gonna have to call back on Monday, maybe, and see if they still have a customer service department or if they just fired everyone there. I don't know. Alright, it is now Monday at 1 p.m. I'm going to try calling again and see if I can get a status update on my T1 phone. Let's see. Alright. Now the full experience begins. On hold.
Thank you for calling Trump Mobile. My name is Robert. How can I help you today?
Hey, Robert. I was just hoping to check in on the status of my order. I still haven't received the T1 device.
Okay, gotcha. So when did you place the order?
Geez, probably around summer 2025.
Gotcha. Okay. I was just asking this because want to make sure we give you the correct information and apologize for the inconvenience for how long you've been waiting. Right now, based on current timelines, we're expecting shipments to begin at the end of this month. Okay. So although timing may change depending on the completion of certification and testing, we're going to notify you directly once your device is ready to ship. So it should be literally any day or any week. Okay. And I'm kind of with you at the same point. I actually have one ordered for me and my daughter as well, and I've been waiting a while myself, and just want to apologize for anything.
Oh yeah, no worries. I mean, I know it's not you over there like stopping it or anything. I was just curious what's going on because it's been a long time.
I know. A lot of things have gotten in the way, and right now, that it's currently in its final stages of certification and field testing, which are necessary steps to ensure product quality, performance, and regulatory compliance prior to shipment. So, like I said, it just should be any day.
Okay, well that sounds promising. Then are people like actively using it for testing, or like how does that work?
That is actually above my pay grade. I'm just here in the call center, so I wouldn't know exactly like details like that. I just know that we just have to go by the information that we're given that they're doing field testing. Now, what field testing entails of, my guess is as good as yours. So unfortunately, I apologize. I wouldn't have.
Okay, yeah, no worries at all. I appreciate you letting me know.
Yeah, for sure. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Nah, that was about it. Thanks so much, brother.
You're welcome. I hope you have a great rest of your day, okay?
You as well, man. Well, that's good news any day now. Which is what the old T1 motto has been for the last, 6 months, unfortunately. But apparently it's field testing and certifying now. I think he seemed like a nice guy. I don't know if that's entirely accurate information they're being told over there. I can't find anything online about, the certification protocol that's underway with the T1 device or anything like that, nor can I find a single report of anyone who's even seen one. Last time I called 2 months ago, the guy said he's never seen one or held one or knows anyone at all who's laid their eyes upon it, but you gotta trust the process, I guess. I'm sure it's on its way. So he said end of the month, so maybe end of March we finally get to see the old golden T1 device. No, I didn't bother asking the same questions I did last time to the customer service rep about, like, well, where's it made and stuff like that, because I already know the answer is going to be that they don't know, only that it's proudly American, because they can't make the claim that it's made in the USA anymore because it's not, from all available information. I don't even know if it's being made in general. I'm very skeptical that they even are attempting to deliver anything. They're probably just hoping people will forget that they gave them $100. But who am I to bah humbug the old Trump 1 release plan here? It's 4D chess at the end of the day that he's playing right now. So maybe we will see it at the end of this month. Fingers crossed, I can't wait. Anyway, just wanted to give you a little update on the Trump phone. That's about it. See ya. Well. Look what we have here. 8:30 p.m. on January 7th. The sacred date that was prophesied by the Conformity Gate enthusiasts as being the release date for the secret 9th episode of Stranger Things. The real finale. But bad news, sports fans. Still no pickles. Episode 9 is not here. Still seems to be misplaced. Perhaps they're scrambling to get it to us right now, or maybe this whole thing was a load of big fucking baloney. And in fact, if you check the Stranger Things Instagram account, The Real Dirty Dan, they are even seemingly trying to squash it themselves. All episodes are now streaming, like they're all available. There is no episode 9, despite the multiple days of cope, people coming up with crazy evidence to suggest that there's a secret episode, and this is all part of the Duffer Brothers' genius scheme. It's Vecna's final ploy. But now, as the sun sets, reality begins to wash over Conformity Gate like a plague, where they have to come to the hard realization that the Duffer Brothers just kind of fumbled. That's about all she wrote there. Or all she didn't write when it comes to the Duffer Brothers, with all the fucking plot holes here for season 5. And it sucks. You know, it doesn't feel good. It's not like I wanted to say I told you so. Now, of course, I'm not above doing that. I'm 5'6". I'm barely above this desk right now. But, you know, I did tell you so, as did 98% of the people on this planet. But that 2% that really latched on to the titty here of Conformity Gate, it was a sizable movement. Like, thousands and thousands of people. It got big to the point where a lot of people genuinely did buy into it, thinking that there's really a legitimate possibility that there's a secret episode airing tonight. But that's just not in the cards. That was never on the table. Something similar happened with Sherlock, apparently, but I don't remember that. What I will say, though, is that some of the theories were very entertaining, so at the very least, I think some people at least were able to squeeze a little bit more joy and whimsy out of this whole Conformity Gate thing, in lieu of, like, a disappointing finale. And like I said, it's not even the worst finale in the world. It did what is oftentimes the most unforgivable sin, and it was mid. It was just okay at best and left a lot to be desired, which is oftentimes worse than just being outright fucking terrible. So a lot of people were trying to come up with an explanation that isn't just like, it's a little flat. And in doing so, I do think they cooked up some very interesting, thought-provoking ideas. Most of them, though, however, I do think were just really grasping at straws. It's coming out January 7th because if you look at this clock and then close your eyes and then fall asleep and then hit yourself in the head with a sledgehammer, you can start to connect the breadcrumbs that the Duffer Brothers have very intentionally, subtly laid for us to find. Oh, it's chef's kiss. It's great. Like, a lot of it had the same energy as people that think they found the winning lottery numbers in their fucking Lucky Charms cereal bowl. So, like, a lot of it wasn't great when it comes to evidence, but some of it I found to be at least compelling to some degree, but there was never any world where they were going to have a secret finale. That is conceptually a terrible idea, to intentionally have your series finale 10 years in the making be not amazing on purpose, so that way you can come back at a later date to surprise everyone with something of higher quality. That's just a fucking terrible idea to tank the reputation for that long, and then even go on like a PR press tour getting spanked by every interviewer and every fan ever, like basically a humiliation tour, only to then come around with a good episode. Like, that whole thing just doesn't make sense. So that was never going to happen. And I'm still pretty surprised that this whole Conformity Gate idea blew up to this level. So look at it in a more positive light, maybe to shine a little, like, you know, inspirational message on top of that. It shows what a community that's passionate about a project can do when they come together and set their mind to something. In this case, the idea that there's a secret episode. I think that's pretty cool, and ultimately it is harmless. The worst thing that happened is a lot of people got disappointed all over again because their hopes were up because they had watched so many theories and so many videos about it, and when it didn't happen, maybe they were a bit let down again, but it's not the worst thing in the world because I imagine that journey was probably a really fun one to dive into. So, like I said, from the get-go, the whole conformity gate thing is a harmless, movement that was there. Though it is very silly that people genuinely bought into this as something that was going to happen and like really grasping onto the most loose of nipples. Like last night during stream, I had so many people come into my chat telling me how wrong I was on my conformity gate take because Vecna was on Jimmy Fallon and he scratched his head when Jimmy Fallon made a statement about Vecna's death, which is clear evidence that it's not over yet, that kind of thing. That was a little annoying in chat, I'll be honest. But again, it's coming from a place of passion, so you can't even really be mad at that or anything. It's just, maybe going forward, just set your expectations that it might be fun to dive into these fan theories, but it's probably not accurate if it like pertains to a secret finale or anything in that regard. That's just not going to happen in any product. It's just not. That being said, though, I think fan theories are sometimes significantly more interesting than the actual lore that the writers come up with. Best example is Darth Jar Jar. I think that is the finest bit of fan theory ever cooked up. Also, Snowpiercer taking place in the Willy Wonka universe. I do love fan theories, and Stranger Things has a very interesting set of fan theories that, unfortunately, were kind of proven wrong throughout Season 5. I'm talking outside of Conformity Gate. But I really do like diving into that kind of stuff for products and IPs that I really like. I think it's very interesting. And honestly, I would really like to see like writers kind of lean more on that. Like they can see these fucking fan theories and shit. I would like if that like sparked some kind of inspiration in their noodle, like, well, maybe we use this in some way, or maybe we can flesh this out in some way, and that's a pretty good idea. Like, I think that'd be very cool. I don't see that happen super often, but it would be nice to see, maybe occasionally, for some of the more high-quality fan theories. But now I'm getting off on like a side tangent here. Overall, Conformity Gate was a lot of fun to watch from an outside perspective without ever really believing in it. And while it didn't happen, it's not like I'm really celebrating it. I would love if there was a better ending to Stranger Things. It's just, I think it was pretty obvious from jump that that wasn't going to happen. This was the series finale. Anyway, though, no need to yap about it any longer. That's about it. So, yeah. Just wanted to give a little eulogy to Highguard. I'm sure many of you have heard the news of its passing. They are shutting it down, so it truly is a certified goodbye guard situation here. The writing was on the wall. The last update we got with Highguard wasn't exactly joyous. It was about the layoffs that they were experiencing, where they let go of the majority of the development team, so it felt like it was just a matter of when as opposed to if they pulled it off life support. It had been hemorrhaging players, and they didn't have the confidence to see it through, to see if they could find a community that would fall in love with it through like updates and tinkering around, which I'll reiterate, I find to just be so vomit-inducing as a norm in this industry, where they'll put millions of dollars into these projects, and if they don't instantly become the next fucking Fortnite or something, they just call it curtains and like, oh, doom and gloom, we're dead, is what it is, on to the next one. Like, they don't even really like try. They farted out like a whole roadmap for this game off rip to show that they're like really committed to building it with the community, only to just instantly bury it 45 days later. It only lasted like a Concord and a half. It's so odd, these executives, man. Like, I don't know what they expect. Anyone could have looked at the trailer for this game at the end of the Game Awards, which absolutely blew its ass wide open. That was a really unfortunate position for it to be in because of the expectations for a game like this. It already put a sour taste in people's mouths. But anyone could look at this game and tell you, yeah, it's not exactly going to stand toe-to-toe with the big dogs. This is something that would need to carve out a niche over time in order to find an audience. Like, it just surprises me that they all have become so deluded that they think it's going to happen immediately for them. It's not. So this game made it like 45 days, and I'm sure learning of its shutdown isn't the most surprising thing you've ever heard, because is probably the most surprising thing you've ever heard. We'll look at their statement though. Hi Guards, final update arriving soon. Thank you for playing with us. Today we're sharing difficult news. We have made the decision to permanently shut down Highguard on March 12th. Since launch, more than 2 million players stepped into Highguard's world. You shared feedback, created content, and many believed in what we were building. For that, we are deeply grateful. Despite the passion and hard work of our team, we have not been able to build a sustainable player base to support the game long term, which runs contradictory to what was stated initially once the players started to drop off after day one about like, we don't need massive players, player count isn't everything, we can continue to sustain this for the whole fucking roadmap. Like now it's a very different song and dance here. Servers will remain online until March 12th. We hope you'll jump in with us one more time to show your support and get those final great matches in while we still can. The team is excited to release one final game update to enjoy in the remaining life of the game. We'll be adding a new warden, a new weapon, account level progression, and skill trees. Full patch notes are coming, and we're targeting tonight or tomorrow morning for patch release. From all of us at Wildlight, thank you for playing, for supporting us, and being part of Highguard's story. They're sailing off into the sunset with one last content drop here for Highguard. And I gotta tell you again, sports fans, I just don't know what kind of stupid juice executives are fucking squirting down their gullet there, the video games industry, to make them think that games like this are going to immediately pop off. Be real. A game in this genre that is so fucking saturated is going to need some time to bake. It's going to need a lot of tender love and care, a lot of alterations, a lot of listening to the community in order to build something that will hopefully get more players in the door. It was never going to be like a smashing global phenomenon or anything like that. That is very rare. I just don't get how they wouldn't have accounted for that and allocated budget of like, here's what we're going to go for this length of time. And if we don't grow to this level over the course of like 6 months or something, then we call it quits. They give it just over a month. Like it never stood a chance. Even setting aside the blunder of the Game Awards for Highguard, even if that didn't happen, it probably would still be getting shut down right now, or maybe it would have even happened earlier, because at least the Game Awards put a lot of peepers on it, and even though it was like, people just looking the clown on it, it did get a lot of people in the door initially to try it, to the tune of almost like 100,000 concurrent on day one. So maybe if that didn't happen, it wouldn't have even come close to that, and they would have shut the doors after 3 fucking days or something. Like, oh, it's over. Okay, everyone go home. Pack your bags. You're fucking fired. It didn't work. Like, maybe that's how it would have happened if the Game Awards, blunder didn't go down the way it did. Who's really to say? But all I can tell you is that I find it really just gross that these companies only give a game like a month and some change to be like the biggest game in the world, as opposed to like working at it for a long time. Like let's take for example Rainbow Six Siege. I don't know how many old heads out here remember launch Rainbow Six Siege. That shit was almost non-functional. Siege was in a bad spot for a really, really, really long time. For like a whole month or two after its release, it was the Highguard of shooters. People would go into Siege just to make fun of the motherfucker. So like, that game had, by all definitions, a like, rocky launch. Now, of course, it did have more players. I get that. It is like a huge budget title. But even still, by all definitions, it was a game that was floundering. But over the course of so much iterating, so much changing, and spending a lot of time, it was able to carve out a niche and grow into a successful game. Now, Highguard, of course, came out, and when people tried it, they weren't blown away. It was mid. That is just how it is. It wasn't spectacular. It wasn't the shittiest thing in the world. It was just mid. It was kind of a been there, done that kind of thing, but with a different coat of paint, like a different spin on it, kind of, where now it's like pseudo base rating, but it still just felt like the same dish we had been served numerous times before. But that's not to say it would always exist in that state. Maybe over time they could have fleshed something out and made something unique out of it that would have attracted a community to it. You never know. And now we will never know, because the game's already getting shut down in just over a month. Like, it's just so fucking weird to see how content these companies are in the industry to just dump millions out the wazoo on these games, and then they only let them live for like just over a month or sometimes even less. What a huge fucking waste of time and money in that case if you're not even going to try to see where things go down the line. I get it's still expensive to keep running the games, which is why I think these companies need to be a lot more realistic with their expectations on things like a fucking pseudo-hero shooter experience. Like, come on, wake up. This is ridiculous. Now again, it's not exactly surprising because there's, at the moment, 350 players playing High Guard. That's not a substantial player base to justify, like, still spending oodles of clams developing it. I get that, which is why this is not shocking in the slightest. I just feel like it's something they should have been preparing for, and maybe, heaven forbid, not investing millions upon millions upon millions upon millions of dollars into these games, expecting them to instantly blow up and instantly make all your money back within the first fucking 48 hours of it being live. But who knows, maybe I'm just on the crack pipe with that take. It just feels stupid. It feels like this was the most predictable thing that you could have seen unfold from any level. Like, anyone who has any level of experience in gaming could have told you High Guard was going to struggle finding like a solid player base, like a sizable player base. It would take a long time and a lot of work and a lot of effort to carve out a niche. And they weren't willing to commit to it, so now they've shut it down. Anyway, just wanted to let you all know that High Guard's going offline pretty soon. The guards are going to be sailing off high into Valhalla, it seems. That's really about it. So yeah. The new Running Man movie just came out, and I've seen a lot of people aren't loving it. It hasn't been getting the standard Edgar Wright glaze. A lot of people have been saying that it's just not amazing. I haven't really seen anyone call it like outright bad or anything, because it's not. You know, we're not talking about like a War of the Worlds level catastrophe here of a film or anything. Most people are just saying that it's kind of underwhelming and mid. And I've just now watched it, so I'm here to tell you definitively that's kind of right. It's far from a bad film. It's just a very standard one. Like, it's very generic. It's an action film that has some very good action sequences, but it has quite a lot of problems. And if you are someone that's a big fan of this director's work, if you are an Edgar Wright superfan, I would wager my left shoe that this will probably be towards the bottom of your list of his movies. This is a shockingly studio-safe production, it feels like. It doesn't really inject any of the creative personality that his films are known for. It really feels like more of a paycheck than a passion, which, all I'm saying right here, probably doesn't matter if you don't really care who the director is. Like, if you're not the biggest Edgar Wright enthusiast with dick in hand for every single thing that he slaps his name on, it probably won't matter to you because you're not going to be holding it to this higher standard of what his previous films have had. And I think that's totally fine. But I think pretty much anyone that watches this will walk away being like, oh, that was an enjoyable action flick, but nothing beyond that. So this film is not at all related to the 80s Arnold movie, which I haven't seen in a long time, but when I was a kid, I remember really liking that movie, and this one is very different, and I think that's probably a good thing. As I understand it, this borrows more from the Stephen King novel that it's based on, which maybe fans of the original works will appreciate, but I just think that by incorporating a lot of these elements that I imagine were present in the book, it leads to a little bit of bloat in this film where it starts to kind of have these pacing issues where it kind of just wants to like stumble through scenes to get to like a bigger moment without like building a real connection to characters. Like, it feels like it was more focused on getting things from the book onto the big screen without really making it flow super well. And to kind of elaborate further on what I mean by that, a lot of Ben Richards' survival in The Running Man is kind of out of his own hands, where he just happens to luckily run into someone that is far better equipped to win this game for him and is able to kind of like piggyback off of their ideas for survival and kind of just go along with their plan, which I imagine in the book is probably not exactly how it plays out, but in the film here, it just feels like a very convenient plot armor for him, where he just happens to run into these guardian angels that literally sacrificed their lives in order for him to win the Running Man. It's not the biggest deal in the world, but this is what I'm saying, where it feels like it has these issues where it gives you this action, and then it wants to give you the next part with the action where it's like a couple days further, but in order to do that, you have to meet this character quickly, like in an alley that gets you to that point, and you don't spend a lot of time with that character, and then you get to the next action scene, and then you have to meet another character because that's going to get him a couple more days into the future for the next action thing, and if that character dies, you don't really care because you don't fucking know anything about that character. It just feels a little wacky when it comes to its pacing in that regard, which makes it feel a little underwhelming when a lot of the times Ben Richards isn't the one who's like really beating the network. So I've kind of already dove into some complaints, but like I said, I think it is a fun action movie, and I think the entire premise is very fun. So it's set in a world where barbarism is entertainment now with this thing called the Running Man, where you have this team of 3 that gets chosen, and then they use basically AI or whatever technology they have in that universe to fake all of these videos and stuff to paint them as horrible, terrible people, so that way all the world roots against them and wants them to die. And the objective of the game is to survive while they're being hunted by their fellow civilians that hate these people because they're led to believe that they're scum of the earth, truly irredeemable garbage, and they're also being hunted by hunters who are professional killers. And again, the goal is just to survive. If they survive, they get $1 billion. They basically get set for life. And the objective is to last a month for our main character, Ben Richards. We get a little of his backstory. He and his wife have a daughter who's sick, but because Ben tried to be a good person and report like some injustices in his business, he's been blacklisted across every job imaginable because the network that owns the Running Man owns the entire country. So he can't get a job and he can't pay for the medicine for his daughter that would save her life. It's the flu, basically. And he can't even pay for that because he can't get a job. It just leads to him signing up for the Running Man in order to go through this death gauntlet. And the movie is very on the nose about its message with all the propaganda and how it like alters all the videos to make people hate each other. And so that way it like ignites this fire. So they want to kill Ben and the other 2 people that are chosen with him. And it's like a very fun world that it builds here, but I just don't think it explores it overly well. And it doesn't do a good job of like balancing humor with seriousness. This feels like a movie, and I imagine in the book too, that needed to be more serious. Like the wackiness in Arnold's 80s film, I think fits in that context of the Running Man, which is drastically different from this one. Like some of the campiness in Arnold's, I don't think should have been tried to, emulate in this 2025 one. It just feels like a tonal, like, clash there. It feels like you need to buy into the seriousness of everything happening in that world, but then that's undercut with every character Ben meets, and even Ben himself, joking pretty frequently. Like, I wouldn't say it's like MCU levels of quips and quirkiness. There were just a few times where it felt really out of place for that. Like, it didn't do a good job of weaving that in there in a way that didn't feel jarring, especially because the humor wasn't really landing in my eyes. Like, I don't think many of the jokes were knocking it out of the park, we'll say. Like, I don't think it was worth sacrificing some of the seriousness that I think probably should be there to make you really care and buy into it, for the sake of like a quick line or 2 that's a silliness. But it's not the biggest deal in the world because the movie really relies on 2 key factors. Its action sequences, which I do think are good. I think they are filmed well. I think they are really exciting action moments in this movie, and there is a lot of them. And 2, Glenn Powell as the main character, Ben Richards. Glenn Powell does a great job. I think he was a really good action movie star here. I think he did a good job of being someone you can root for, and also being a psychopath that does have like the natural, X factor to make him realistically have a chance of winning this game against all of these experienced killers and just literally every stranger on the street. So he does a good job of being like a dad that you want to see win and get back to his family, as well as like this psycho that you're really excited to see kill some hunters. I think it was very good performance from Glenn Powell here. So overall, I did enjoy the movie. I think it is an entertaining action film. No, it's not the strongest action movie or anything like that. And yes, admittedly, it is one of Edgar Wright's weaker films. But I still was entertained. So yeah, that's really about it. So yeah. It's been a little too long since I took a peek at the latest and greatest Whatnot crash outs. They always tickle me, but I've just been absent, and today I've had the itch, so I went to see what's been going on with Whatnot sellers crashing out.
Okay. Back bottom right. Okay. MP is the craziest shit for this card I've ever heard in my entire life.
A little bit of background on the terminology here. MP typically refers to the condition of a card moderately played, which means you can see a little wear and tear on it with a little bit of too much love, passion, and goo and stuff like that. So moderately played would mean that the condition of the card isn't pristine. The card he's showing off is very clearly not moderately played, and the person who said MP clarified that they were talking about market price. They are new to Pokemon, and they were saying that they found the market price MP for this card at like $300 or something, and this guy is about to go ballistic all off of that misunderstanding.
I'm sorry. I would never do this in a million years, but Sheldon, this guy can go fuck his mother. Get the fuck out of here. I just want to let you know that that's the first guy since I've been streaming under this guy that I've ever kicked out of the stream.
You can actually hear the steam coming out of his ears. He is overflowing with rage. I don't even know what there is to get that angry about. Even if the guy was saying it looks moderately played, just be like, Buster, I disagree. Like, it's not even that big of a deal. It's not like it was blasphemous or, like, sinful or anything. But he gets so upset that he starts fumbling basic words. So he's like, I would never do this in a million years, but Sheldon, go fuck your mother. Also, this is the first guy that I'm kicking out since I've been streaming on this guy. He is seeing red and now fumbling words, and I was saying he's streaming on this guy or whatever when he's trying to say, like, since I've been, fucking hawking shit on Whatnot, this is the first person I'm terminating, banishing into the Shadow Realm.
I've never kicked anybody out of any stream I've ever done in my entire life, but to call this card MP, your mother can go fucking sit and spin on it and literally go never buy you sprinkles on your ice cream in your entire life. Sheldon, you know I love you, but like, go fuck that man. The fuck is this MP? Your fucking mother wishes she was MP and wish she put it in her. What the fuck?
This dude is very weirdly stun-locked on his mother. He's got a real mama thing going on here. Sheldon, it's your mother. Go fuck your mother. I hope she never buys you sprinkles for your ice cream again. Your mother wishes it was MP when it went inside of her, talking about penis. Wiener, that's right. She can sit and spin on it, Sheldon. You know I love you, though, but it's your fucking mother, and she got her titties out, and how about that for MP? Get out of here. I'm kicking you. Like, what the hell is going on? This guy's got, like, more aggression over this than fucking Kratos did. Like, this guy's going berserk over nothing. All because he's misunderstanding what the guy said in the first place. He was talking about market price, and he's interpreting it as him talking about the condition of the card. But even still, what an extreme blow up over absolutely nothing, even if it was him saying moderately played. It's crazy. The only thing that would be worth this kind of crash out is if someone smells like absolute shit because they don't take care of their hygiene. And the best way of fixing that is using the right soap. And the only correct decision when it comes to soap is Cheeky. And we've got my newest scent here, which is Licensed to Clean. This is the one that I personally worked on to make as like my optimal scent, so that's available now. Use cheeky.com. You can click the link in the description for 10% off. Best soap in the universe.
We can't keep it over 20. Bree's gonna go the fuck home. Okay? That's where I'm at with it right now. No more further explanation needed. 3, 2, 1. If we can't make it over 20 for the fucking bags in play right now, I am going to go home. And we can try this shit again next week.
These are Disney bags, by the way. Cruella out here with a real fucking attitude because the price wasn't where she wanted it to be. People weren't going over $20 for this assortment of Disney merchandise. This one I just found to be really wacky because it's fucking Disney merch. Like, you would kind of expect the vendor for, like, Disney to be somewhat jolly, right? But meanwhile, you come in here and it's like, fuck you guys. You guys can all go suck a fart out of my butt. I hate you guys. Also, your mother can sit and spin on it. If this doesn't go over 20, I'm just not coming back till next week and we'll try it again. And if it happens again, well, then I'm going to come to your house and hit you with a hammer. It's what it is. Can we get this fucking Disney bag auction over 20 where it rightfully deserves to be? Or do you want to have your legs broken? The choice is yours. Up to you.
The prism of this card last sold for $4,000. We're at $700, guys. 700! No shot, bro. Literally 2, 1. I'm never gonna sell them whatnot. Never gonna sell them whatnot. Card's fine. It's a plate. It's a fucking plate, bro. Relax. It's a plate. It's a plate, bro. You're good. Literally $4,000 cards to $700, bro. Okay, bro.
I love the way this guy screams. It's very nostalgic sounding. It reminds me of like old Xbox Live when you kill someone with Commando Pro in Modern Warfare 2. Like, it actually sounds exactly what that sounded like over the mic. And this guy, he has a big temper tantrum because this card just went for less than he thought it should. So now he freaks out and starts throwing the card and busting his little setup there.
In this slap. You ain't getting no 10 now. You're getting a damage raw card. You're getting a damage raw card.
This guy's become notorious for these kind of crash outs. So that was just another example there where he had busted one out of the slab, crumpled it up, and then said that you're getting a raw card instead. I can't find the full context around that clip there, but I would imagine it's the same song and dance that I've seen for thousands of other whatnot crash outs where the auction doesn't really go the way they want it to, so it ends up going for less than they want. And in a lot of cases, what they end up doing is just blatantly scamming and like canceling the whole thing and whatever. But in some other cases, I've seen them have like a crash out moment and then do something really childish like that. Like, fuck you. Yeah, you'll get this instead. It's a poop cake. You'll get this mud and this crud. I destroyed your card. That's what you'll get. That kind of thing. So this guy got pretty big from this. Like, the clips went viral with people making fun of him. So he actually responded to it. And in this video here from Sports Card Dad, he goes over the response. It is an interesting one because basically what he's saying is that he's playing a character. It's all for entertainment. It's actually acting. He responds by saying, after being dragged through the mud for the last few days, all I can say at this point is I'm sorry to anyone viewing these posts and seeing this unfold. For these accounts to pull my crash outs out of context is honestly just unfortunate. The things I do on stream for comedic and entertainment value are nothing more than that. It's hard to understand if you are just now tuning into this drama and it's made to lowlight seemingly disrespectful moments toward cards, buyers, and the industry. Having sold over 100,000 items on Whatnot, it's confusing and disheartening to see clip after clip posted. I will say going forward, I will not be any less sarcastic, engaging, and fun, but I will absolutely lighten my antics and use this moment to retool my approach towards selling. Every buyer in the past has already been compensated, given plenty extra cards, and refunded for the apparent horror I've caused. It's funny that no matter what I say or do, this will be my reputation forthcoming. And reality is, I embrace it. I embrace being controversial, raw, and real. It's gotten me into some heat in the past, but nevertheless, have learned and grown from those moments. This is just a stepping stone in the process. There's a lot to unpack there because these were people that bought your shit. Like, it's one thing to put on a character of, like, I don't know, I guess Mr. fucking Magoo with the turkey, and you're doing this to all the cards, like, ruining the cards and whatever for yourself for the sake of, like, being the clown. But people that paid for it wanted those things. So even if you do like refund them or like send them extra cards, it's like, okay, well, you still destroyed the thing I paid for. That kind of sucks. Like, when they buy the cards from you, are they doing it like, haha, I hope when I buy this from you, you put it in your butt. Yeah, I hope you put it way up in your ass and ruin it for me. And then give me my money back, please. But it'll be a fucking awesome moment for both of us here, the buyer and you, the seller. Like, I doubt it, especially for something like the graded card that somebody purchased, at least I believe they purchased, and he's like, no, here's what you're going to get instead. This raw card and a bunch of spit, loser. You fucking douchebag. Like, okay, alright. Like, it doesn't really seem like he's playing a character. And he kind of contradicts himself in that statement where he says that it's all for comedy and entertainment, and then he says at the end that he's still going to keep being real. So which is it? are your blowups and your crash outs real or like hammed up for comedy and entertainment? They both can't be true, because if it's hammed up for comedy and entertainment, it's not real. You know what I mean? So like, I'm just curious which one it is. It's also just a weird gimmick in the first place to be the crash out guy, because then why would people want to buy anything from you when there's a really good chance you just destroy it anyway? It just doesn't really even seem worth it. Then you get the refund, I guess. But, I mean, you also just could have just not spent the money there and gone anywhere else.
We're going to do 15 seconds.
The breathing technique's on.
I've already lost plenty of money, so I can't fucking lose anymore. Just, let's get it up to at least 15. Come on, come on. Okay, it's at a fucking dollar still. What are we doing? What are we doing? It's Jaden Daniels. Are you fucking kidding me? Fuck.
Oh no.
Bullshit. Well, I'm sorry, y'all. I completely lost it. I fucked up my whole setup. All my cards went flying everywhere. And there's no coming back from that. So I'm going to go ahead and end it for the night. I mean, there's 54 y'all in here. And I'm pretty sure not any of y'all bought anything. And I'm just going to leave it at that because I'm so motherfucking pissed right now.
This one actually gave me quite a hoot and a holler because the Jaden Daniels card that he has there, I decided to look it up and I can find it listed at like $3. So he was trying to be like, this is a $15 card. No, I can't afford to have this go for just $1. No, I'm ruined if this happens. Don't let it go to $1. No, what's going on? Why is it $1? Like, clearly whoever the 54 people were in that stream knew that this was not a very valuable card and they weren't about to get fucking finessed by this guy just pretending that this is a $15 card and playing a little sad song on the violin there. And then he's just like, fuck! And then like pseudo table flips on it and then he's having like a come down moment. After the T levels spiked, then his cortisol reached up there as well. And after the cortisol spike, he simmered down and he said, you know what? Not a whole lot to do from that point forward, huh? But also, fuck you guys, there's 54 of you in here, you didn't buy anything, you let this Jaden Daniels card only go for $1, I'm done for the night. And there's so many videos just like that. There are so many crash outs on Whatnot. These are just my favorite ones from like the recent batch that I've seen. So I just wanted to share them and get a little giggle going. That's really about it. So yeah. Did you ever hear the tragedy of GPU prices? I thought not. Not a story the AI bros would tell you. Well, I hope you're bending over because the suppository's coming in one way or the other. A recent report indicates that Nvidia is going to be pushing the prices of RTX 5090 up to $5K. This is still an unconfirmed rumor from an insider source in South Korea, from what I can understand. That's kind of like, boots on the ground that's talking about it right now, which is where this headline is stemming from. Previous price was $2K. This is over double. That's an awfully hard bargain there. 5,000 clams for a GPU here. Not exactly an easy sell to most people, I would imagine. Most sensible, sane human beings on the planet would be pretty upset about that. Now again, this isn't fully confirmed, but what we do know is that, well, prices are probably going to be going up, which isn't all that surprising. I think most people were able to predict this. Don't need to be Baba Vanga to have that kind of future sight. We're already seeing it with RAM prices. And I gotta tell you, you might not like to hear this, but we're gonna rip the Band-Aid off. It's because of AI. Everything that was once good in your life or everything that was reasonably priced in the tech sector is getting significantly worse and significantly more expensive because of AI. If you want to keep plugging your ears to that fact or just keep kicking the can down the road for the realization of AI having a supremely negative effect on your life, that's your call to make. But regardless, the sun still rises. The AI plague, the scourge, is coming. Whether you want to accept it or not doesn't matter. It is coming fast, aggressive, hard, and unlubed. It is raw. So I think it's best that you start paying attention to all of this now. Anyway, back to the regularly scheduled doom and gloom here. So the claim about the GPU prices from Nvidia and all that, it comes from Newsys, a South Korean outlet. It was stressed that we're just seeing the beginning of monumental and borderline ridiculous price hikes in the GPU space. The report explained that sources have suggested a climb in RTX 5090 stakes from $2,000 at launch this year to as much as $5K later in 2026. AMD's RX 9000 series is apparently set to mimic that ticket growth, but not as steeply. The article also has a brief mention of the RAM prices, which I've also touched on and what I've also bitched about quite a few times now because of AI-driven data centers, and also one of only 3 RAM manufacturers just abandoning the consumer market come 2026 because they'd rather instead just exclusively sell and work with AI. So, yippee! That's great for all the normal people out there that want some technology in their homes. Hopefully you like fucking flint and steel and start learning the ways of the Amish, because soon technology will be a luxury you can't afford. It's crazy how as we get more and more advanced, it just starts to price people out. It's not getting cheaper, it's getting so much worse because of AI. And there's this crazy hopium, this fucking crackpot lunacy thought process that people have, that once these AI data centers are all established and all these companies, worth trillions, start slowing down a little bit, well, then everything's going to get so much cheaper and it's going to be great for all of us. It's just going to be short-term pain for the long-term gain. Because that always works. Trickle down has a great history. That is a fucking flawless. That's 100% win rate when it comes to trickle down. And not only that, we all know corporations love to lower their prices. So once they're set up and once they've made oodles unfathomable amounts of money, they'll definitely start lowering the prices for every average Joe Schmo out there. That happens all the time. They love lowering prices. We see it often because they are for the people. So it's clearly just a matter of time before everything's really affordable again in the tech sector. We just gotta wait for them to reach the golden age, and then it's all smooth sailing. We're in good shape. And until then, well, why don't you just go ahead and start renting computers? Yes, a subscription-based economy. Just start renting your PCs, because you don't need to own anything. Companies don't want you to own anything. You will own nothing and you will be happy. You can have the imagination of ownership with their little permission slip. You can license it for a certain amount of time, and that's all you need. You don't need any pesky ownership of anything, especially not a computer. I'm getting a little lost in the sauce of sarcasm. It's all bad. It's all really bad right now. It sucks. This wonderful little nugget of good news also comes on the heels of a previous blessing that NVIDIA gave us, where it was announced that NVIDIA might be cutting supply by up to 40% in 2026 due to memory shortages. I already talked about that, where there's the potential that NVIDIA is going to be cutting back on supply by 30 to 40% come 2026. Very few things to be smiling about when it comes to the future of PC gaming, and not just PC gaming. I know everyone gets focused on that. This affects every industry in the tech space. I know a lot of people are like, oh, that means consoles will be the best option going forward too. And maybe they will be a more price-conscious option because PCs are looking to astronomically change in price. But those are also going to be affected too. The price on those is also going to be all cattywampus as well. It's just a matter of time. We don't know what that's going to look like, but it's going to happen. They use components that are exploding in price. So it's everything that's going to be affected, and it's not just gaming. It is literally everything in the tech space that uses these components, and guess what? That's pretty much everything in the tech space. Now, to revisit the article briefly about the GPU price soaring, both companies are reportedly planning to continue raising GPU prices every month going forward. It's highly likely that the price increases will extend across their entire product lineup, encompassing not only consumer GPUs, but also GPUs for AI data centers and servers. The average proportion of memory in the overall GPU manufacturing cost has recently exceeded 80%. This comes from the insider that's making these claims. Again, none of it's fully confirmed or anything, but it also wouldn't even fucking surprise me. 2K to 5K is an incredible leap, but it's also just not that unrealistic anymore, actually. Like, take for example something even simpler, like a Game Pass. They literally doubled the price of that product. Companies aren't really afraid to absolutely blow up their price because people still pay it. So they just say, fucking cowabunga and let it rip. So I do think 2 to 5K, while being astronomical, isn't something that's off the table. Now again, it's not confirmed. Maybe it won't be up to 5K. Price will increase, no doubt. But maybe it won't go up to that crazy level. maybe it doesn't. But even still, it probably will be a sizable price increase that is just something to not look forward to. And it's really like, I'm not seeing any like good news coming in the future with all of this shit. Like, it feels like it's only going to continue to spiral more and more out of control for just your average consumer. It just super sucks. And even the most adamant of deniers will eventually have that come to Jesus moment of, wow, I can't afford things now because of AI. This is having a detrimental impact on my life. It's going to happen at some point, but until then, I guess they'll just continue to AI generate trash Reddit tier fucking Keanu Reeves Deadpool videos out the wazoo till the cows come home, and then eventually they can't afford the computer to do that anymore. Yep, terrible stuff. Anyway, just wanted to yap about this a bit. That's it. See ya. 3 reviews, 1 cup. I'm going to be reviewing 3 shows that all ended this week in this video here, doing it all in one, going crazy style on it. So I want to start with what I think to be the most, like, interesting that not enough people are talking about. Sentenced to be a Hero. I made a video glazing this when it first aired. The first episode was like an hour long, and it felt like I watched an entire movie's worth of content to kick off the season. I was blown away. I know nothing about Sentenced to be a Hero. I watched that on a whim because so many other people were gushing grannies on it, and I thought, well, this isn't something I heard of, so how good could it be? And then episode 1 came out and just slapped me around with high-quality animation and a really interesting story. I expected generic slop. It was not. It had a pretty simple premise, but throughout the season it fleshed it out into something genuinely interesting, and I am glued to it. So I was hooked right away, and a lot of people were. But unfortunately, it's come out at the worst possible time, because this season's lineup was so stacked. It was clashing with Titans, the Behemoths, JJK, Freerin, Hell's Paradise, Fate's Strange Fake. Like, it was such a big stacked lineup that unfortunately Sentenced to be a Hero started to fall off of people's radar, starting to play second fiddle, and then everyone just kind of collectively stopped talking about it, which is such a fucking shame, because if this came out at any other time, it would have been the standout. This would have been what everyone was talking about and suckling on, because it's extremely good. The animation is top tier. I would say it's second only to JJK this season. I put it over Fate's Strange Fake and Hell's Paradise in that regard. Its action, I think, is beautifully animated. And every single episode of Sentenced to be a Hero had action. There was never any, like, slow slog, anything, like, boring. It was just a lot of action, but even while delivering all of this, it still kept planting seeds of mystery and, like, intrigue. I will say that its characters aren't exactly the deepest. They're pretty standard shonen tropes that I feel like pretty much all of you have seen before. You'll definitely recognize that in a lot of these characters. But they're put into a world that is unlike most others that are out there, where being a hero is like the ultimate punishment for only the most vile of criminals, where they can't die and they have to devote their lives to just saving everyone else. No glory, no fame, no appreciation. These are scum villains. Those are your heroes, and we follow the hero unit as they are saving the world from the demon blight who use fairies to basically just destroy humanity. But along the way, and I'm going to get into a little spoilers here because, the season just ended and I want to talk about a lot of the things I liked. Throughout the journey, you learn that there's other forces at play, coexisters that want to exist with the demon blight because they believe humanity is doomed, and the only way to ensure a future for themselves and the ones they care about is through cooperation with the demon blight and accelerating their plans so that way they can have authority in the new world once humanity falls. So then, not only are they clashing with the demon blight, they're clashing with other humans that have allied with them. And in particular, this concept gets explored extremely well in the final episode. My jaw was on the floor for the finale here. The fight with Bujum was great, and then the final episode hits, and you get so much that had me on the edge of my fucking seat, man. Like, Kivia's clash with a very important figure in her life and everything that unfolded there. And then I'm trying to avoid like the biggest spoilers here, but I just want to say it was masterfully done how they handled that. It was animated beautifully, and it was extremely emotional. These characters that we had followed throughout the entire season, everything getting flipped on its head in a crazy clash at the end that doesn't feel like just an ass pull, but feels like a really natural development of things. Holy shit. Chef's kiss. It was incredible. I really, really, really liked this season, and I hope that there's more to come from this, because they did a great job. They knocked it out of the park. I know I've been complimenting its action in particular because there is so much of it here, but as I said, it's not just that. I think they do a great job of setting up a very interesting world, and I'm excited to see more from the characters. Like I said, they are a little one-dimensional throughout Season 1. There's not like a ton that you get. Outside of Kivia. Kivia is the one that gets the most development. She gets fleshed out a lot by the end, but the rest around her, also aside from Xylo, he gets a lot of fleshing out too. But like the other cast of heroes, they don't get a ton of time to shine and develop, but even still, they're very cool and they're very hype. Especially someone that we only get introduced to in like the last 2 episodes, Rhino. I'm really excited to see more from Rhino because there was a big twist with that character, and even though we just met him, it felt substantial and it felt really interesting. But anyway, I won't yap too long on Sentence to be a Hero since I'm reviewing 2 other shows here, but I want to say this show is incredible. I really hope people stop sleeping on it. Let's now move on to probably the one everyone wants to hear my thoughts on, JJK Season 3 Part 1. I'm a big Jujutsu Kaisen guy. I think all of you know that. I was very excited for Season 3, and overall, I really liked Season 3. But I don't think it was flawless, and it's something I talked about on stream throughout the season as it was airing, and I was met with collective boos because people don't like when you step out of line of the hype train and rock the boat, but I feel like it wasn't as strong as Season 1 and 2. There were extremely great moments in Season 3, of course, and some of the new characters they introduced, I am really happy to see there. I'm really, really happy that Yuta is blossoming here after JJK0. We get to see a lot more of him in Season 3. He is an extraordinary character. I also really liked Higuruma. I think he was extremely exciting as well. It's just, Season 3, I think, got a little too lost in the sauce of the culling game and its rules, and really drilling home numerous times, even outside of like the infamous lore dump episode where it's basically an entire episode dedicated to just vomiting out all of the culling game rules and regulations. Like, I felt like I was at a fucking board meeting for it. But even outside of that, there are just multiple times where it like just halts its own momentum to just over-explain what's happening in the grand scheme of the culling game itself. You know, like explaining someone's curse technique and then talking about why they need to take those points or add a rule that allows them to take points in order to accomplish this goal. Like, it just felt to me like they didn't respect the audience's intelligence to kind of piece it together on why certain things were happening. So they would instead just like hit the brakes screeching and then explain it to you. And to me, it just felt like a little messy because of that. And of course, like, it jumps all over the place, which I don't really have a huge issue with, but I know a lot of other people did. They felt like it made the story a little more disjointed, which I can see that, but that personally didn't bother me nearly as much as just like this constant need to over-explain everything that you're already seeing in order to ensure that you know how it fits into the culling game rules and the big plan and the overall scheme of the culling game. That really did start to irk me. I'm just being honest. I don't think it ruined the season or anything, but I do think that it weakened some moments because of that. But like I said, overall, I still really enjoyed it. Like, it wasn't disappointing by any means, and the final episode of Season 3 Part 1 here, one of the best in the entire series. It might be the best in the entire series. The start to finish, Yuta's fighting against multiple opponents, delightful. What a treat. A visual spectacle. That was a fucking home run. They crushed the finale. And I'm very excited for Part 2. Now, this is a Part 1 of the culling games here, so I do think it's also a little unfair to like review it as its own separate thing, because as it fits into like Parts 2 and everything that comes next, I'm sure it'll feel a lot better if you were to watch them all back to back to back without like a break in between. But since I'm reviewing everything that ended this week, obviously I'm going to be talking about JJK Season 3 Part 1. Again, I still really liked it. It had incredible moments. I think it also has one of the best episodes in the entire series. It's just, I didn't love how hard they went on making sure you got every single fucking tidbit, every tiddlywink of lore in regards to the culling game, and every single rule and the fine print of every rule too. It just made it kind of a headache that I think, made the pacing a little worse at times. And now let's move on to the third thing I want to review that just ended. I just finished it, Frieren Season 2. You might remember, I didn't watch Frieren when it first started. I was not a day one Frieren enjoyer, and it wasn't until December of 2025 that I went through and watched all of it, and man, did I fall in love with it. When I first watched it, I watched like 4 episodes or so, and I just didn't get into it. But when I watched it in December, it hooked me. Like, after, really getting the vibe of Frieren and what it was doing and how it differs from every other show that I'd seen in recent times, it really started to hit. A word everyone uses to describe Frieren is cozy, and it is, but it's a lot more than just being cozy. Especially in Season 2. It extends far beyond just being some kind of, slice-of-life comfort show. It really is just a show that gets you invested in a journey and what it means to enter a time of peace and just appreciate the little things and every experience that comes your way. We follow a party that is many years past a grand journey that Frieren was on, where they defeated, the ultimate evil. The land is saved, and by all accounts, we're in peaceful times. It doesn't mean that everything's sunshine and rainbows. There are still monsters out there. There's even still demons, and occasionally the party we follow now of Frieren, Fern, and Stark will kill some of the demons or vanquish some monsters, but oftentimes they're just doing real simple chores. And we're meeting some characters that we only spend an episode with, but they leave a lasting impression. It's just a very human feeling of like how characters connect with each other, helping one another, and recounting a journey and trying to really hold on to those memories and an experience. I just think Frieren does a good job of making you care about every character that you come across and root for this new party of heroes. And Season 2, they now are in a much more dangerous location. They're in the Northern Plateau, where there's a lot more turmoil, there's a lot more chaos. Things are not amazing. And in fact, the highest rated episode in Frieren was in this season, and it's an episode that's entirely action, where they're fighting a 4-armed, 4-sword wielding demon. And it's a fucking hype episode. So, like, there is action here, but it's not the bread and butter. And I really appreciated the action here, but it's also not why I'm watching Frieren. It's not like I'm going into every Frieren episode hoping that they're gonna fucking, blast this demon, face fuck a demon lord or something. Like, I'm there because I want to see them go from village to village, maybe get a new grimoire that helps them, butter some waffles more effectively with a spell, and they help this individual or help this town by doing their fucking laundry or something. They make such trivial tasks and chores have such a deeper meaning to them, and it's easy to feel like a connection to that, which is why I think this show hits so hard for so many people, myself included. It's just a really unique show in that regard. Now, Season 2, though, I will say, it's short. And, of course, that's not a surprise. We knew going in it was going to be 10 episodes, but it feels really short. But the finale, I think, is very strong. I'm very excited for where it's going to go when it comes back. They set up an incredible encounter here with a character that we knew from Season 1, Dinkin, against one of the most powerful demons in modern time, one of the Sages of Destruction, that's taken over his homeland and turned it to gold. I'm very excited for that clash, and I imagine that's going to be a pretty pivotal moment in the next season. I just wish this season was a bit longer. I wanted to spend more time with these characters and on this journey. So 10 episodes, to me, didn't feel like enough. Which is a good complaint to have, that you want more, because it's just that good. Season 1 had a lot more episodes, and I don't know, I just want more free reign is all. So the season did feel a little short. It's not that it feels incomplete, and it doesn't feel like it's, abruptly ending or anything. Like, I feel like it had a pretty solid conclusion. It's just, I don't know, I wanted more episodes. That's really it. That's my only real complaint for season 2. Anyway, these are the 3 anime that concluded this week. I know Hell's Paradise is right around the corner, as well as Fate's Strange Fake, but I didn't really want to wait for those 2 to end before dropping some reviews here. Plus, doing 5 reviews in one video seems a little too ambitious. So anyway, just wanted to give you my thoughts on these. That's really about it. So, yeah, I saw the Ashes of Creation stuff. Archive sent it to me. This has been a crazy disaster that just keeps on getting messier and more pathetic. What happened with Ashes of Creation? Like, in general? You don't know the story, or do you mean what the new stuff is? Because here, we'll just read the article just in case people don't know the lore. Ashes of Creation, though, in a nutshell, massively successful Kickstarter campaign, and then out of nowhere, in a very public blow-up, got taken down, 4 or 5 months ago? They're like, all right, we're done here. No more Ashes of Creation, after raising $3.2 million. Okay, so it was removed from Steam in February. Wow, I didn't remember being that. I thought it was a lot longer, but whatever. I thought it was a lot earlier. Watch the first 20 seconds of the video in that article. It's insane how much money they spent on bullshit. Down here, yeah, we'll get to it in a minute. The ensuing back and forth between former CEO Stephen Sheriff and the studio's board has made the veracity of both sides' claims difficult to verify, but following an extremely detailed report published by YouTube channel Nefas QS on April 11th, there are now more allegations flying around about how the project's funds were managed. The news report claims to have obtained and processed the entire Intrepid Studios general ledger from 2015 to 2026, which they state paints a troubling picture of a company that was on the threshold of financial death at multiple points in its history. And then it talks about the new allegations here about the lavish lifestyle. So here we go. So basically, using funds for nefarious purposes outside of making the game that they were supposed to deliver and following through on the promises.
$21,000 to hire a private chef, $48,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash, $8,700.
$220,000 for DoorDash. That's diabolical. What is he ordering through DoorDash? How is that possible?
$21,000 to hire a private chef, $48,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash.
$220,000 for DoorDash doesn't even make sense. You'd have to be eating every hour. Man's out here DoorDashing caviar and shit every hour on the hour. DoorDashing gold bars to my house. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how that's possible. I didn't see that figure. I saw the TCG stuff where he wasted $48,000 on trading cards and shit. And then the private chef. Why is he getting a private chef for $21K when he's still DoorDashing $220K worth of food? Is all this guy does eat? That's all he is? He's just fucking gluttonously consuming? Just this filthy, gluttonous man? Like Nurgle or something? This is crazy. How is that possible? How does an appetite like that even exist? Because keep in mind, this is $220,000 in a relatively small period of time. This isn't over the course of 40 years. Wow. Wow.
$8,700 for office plants, almost $16,000 for the movie theater.
What? $16,000 for the movie theater? I go to a movie every single week and I haven't spent anywhere near $16,000 in the entire time I've done the moist meter and shit. How? What does he do? This can't be right. He would have to be seeing every single movie that's ever released for the last 5 years. in Dolby and IMAX. I don't get it. That's mostly food. Oh, true, yeah. Maybe he spends $16,000 at the theaters, not on tickets, but on concessions. That's a good point. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. All the limited edition popcorn buckets, you're right. Didn't even think of that. How silly of me. The guy who DoorDashes $250,000 worth of food is definitely finding other ways of wasting even more money on food at movie theaters. Holy.
$95,000 for Amazon orders, 3.5.
What was that? So, oh, let me just full screen that because it's getting because it's
Yeah.
getting blocked by the embedding.
$8 million for the almost 220 for the movie theater, 595,000 for Amazon orders, 3.5 million
Jesus.
for Amazon Web Services, 1.48 million dollars for the American Express credit card, 3.9 million dollars for multiple Chase credit cards, 102,000 for Epic Games, 21,000
Say that one more time.
multiple Chase credit cards, 102,000 for Epic Games,
102,000 for Epic Games? Like, what does that mean? Like using their engine or their service or something? Or is he actually spending $102,000 on the Epic Games Store? I don't even think they have that many games on there that could even warrant that amount of spending. If you bought every game Epic Games has, I don't think you would spend $100K. Oh, V-Bucks. I didn't even think of V-Bucks! Son of a bitch! Oh, you're right. I didn't even consider that. How accurate are these numbers? Well, according to the article, he got a hold of like their entire financial ledger from 2015 to 2026. So I think it's probably pretty accurate. I don't know. And even before this video, there were allegations of like really crazy spending and mismanagement. So like it's entirely believable. It's not confirmed per se, but I could see it. Oh, I spoiled one of them. He spent $421 at a luxury cigar retailer. It's kind of cool. Okay. Oh, I'm getting spoilers now. Arguably one of the more serious allegations in the general ledger concerns a company named Gore Oil, which states he received $81K. Gore Oil Company was the deed owner of Sheriff and Moore's San Diego mansion, which was sold to the couple on April 11, 2020 for $4.9 million. Sheriff, who is continuing to litigate these matters in court, told Kotaku there was no misappropriation of Kickstarter funds whatsoever and that any assertions regarding a lavish lifestyle or personal misuses of company funds were categorically false. An examination of the facts through the judicial process has already revealed that the parties behind these claims orchestrated an unlawful foreclosure to take control of Intrepid's assets from the people who built Ashes of Creation, with the intent to exploit those assets for their own benefit, Sheriff said. Since the new video went live, someone has been trying to make it go away. Someone already filed a privacy complaint against the video. Just a heads up, we will be disputing it. He wrote in the comments. Someone also reported my Reddit account from a community subreddit to the admins. Huh. So interesting. I am so beyond curious if these are accurate.
$21,000 for Magic the Gathering cards, $2,200 for hot dogs, $4,200 for luxury aromas, $6,600 for Steam games, and
How do you only spend 6K on Steam versus 100K on Epic? This guy's actually a madman. This guy is clinically insane. He needs to be institutionalized. I don't even care about the $2,000 that he blew on glizzies. Don't care. Shoving them up his butt, throwing them in the trash. It's a lot of money to be spending on glizzies, but that is not nearly as offensive to me as spending 6K on Steam versus 100K on the Epic Game Store. How? How? Bro is saving up to buy Tung Sohor in Fortnite.
$49 million for office rent.
Listen, someone's stomach, child's stomach just growled.
Classic,
Did you hear
classic.
It? Gotta listen like me. Rent is too damn high.
Those are just some of the numbers you'll be able to look at both yourself in this video and the general ledger covering over a decade of monetary transactions I'm making publicly accessible.
Oh, you can check the ledger yourself? That adds another air of credibility to it, I would say. Wow, I have got to see how this shakes out if this is all true. That's crazy, man. Yeah, I only read like the article, so I missed some of these up here in the beginning. I didn't watch the video. Yeah, the whole Ashes of Creation story is a crazy one. We talked about it when it first happened, when it first got taken down, and all of the wackiness. Don't worry, your money was spent on a glizzy. That's true. You were probably part of his hot dog fund. That was one of your backer rewards. Sheriff eats a hot dog in your honor. I don't know, man. It is very interesting that this is now publicly accessible. He's made the ledger public. It could still be bogus. It could still be incorrect data. I have no idea. I have got to see where this goes next. I am still so stunned on this right here.
Theater, $598,000 for historical antiques, $220,000 for DoorDash.
Can't get over that. I can't get over that. $220K for DoorDash. That's like that Wayfair shit back in the day where people thought they were trafficking children through the Wayfair prices because some of the furniture made no sense that people were paying or something, whatever that was. Now I kind of already forgot the details. That's like that kind of shit. Isn't it across 10 years? Yeah, I believe it's across 10 years. That's still an unfathomable amount of money. And again, 10 years is a relatively small period of time to rack up $220K in DoorDash orders. In fact, how long has DoorDash been, like, mainstream? I don't even know if it's been around, like, in a big way for a decade. Let's see. When was DoorDash launch? 2013 is when it launched, so let's safely assume that it was big in 2016. That's still crazy. I feel like most of these, though, like DoorDash, Uber Eats and stuff, really popped off around, like, COVID era, though. Like, that's when I imagine most of the spending would have been for them. Is Uber Eats healthy? Brother, what? It depends on what you're Uber Eatsing. It's entirely up to you. Uber doesn't decide what it's sending you. Big drama with Alan Richson over the last couple of days, and it's one that I've actually been paying attention to. I've had my finger on the pulse of it. Most people know him as Reacher. I will always know him as Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State, baby. I still remember being in college watching that in the dorms. It's nostalgic. Unfortunately, though, he's been embroiled in controversy because some security camera footage was released that showed him beating up his neighbor. Maybe he finally located the guy who shoved his finger up his butt, Thad Castle, out for revenge, and everyone was quick to dogpile on top of him, insulting him, talking about him like he was goddamn Cobra Commander, about how he's unhinged and unsafe to be around. He's a fucking villain of the highest order, a violent, roid-raging maniac. Lock him up. He clearly started everything here on this innocent man. And then that innocent man did a little Wambulance world tour with the French cries going on about how, like, he did nothing wrong and he's just out of control. I just asked him to slow down and then he fed me knuckle sandwiches and then wedgied me and then he beat the snot out of me and I fucking drained the piss from my balls. How could Alan do this to me? I did nothing wrong besides instigate everything. Spoiler alert, Alan Richson's body cam dropped today. And now most people are singing a different tune after actually seeing the whole thing. So, shocker, the security camera footage that only picked up right when Alan started beating his neighbor leaves off what led to it. And now that the full thing's out there, it's painting a very different picture on what unfolded during this situation. Before showing you the body cam, let me show you Ronnie Taylor's interview here, where he immediately tried to capitalize off everything that happened.
It started on Saturday morning and I'm an experienced motorcycle rider. I've been riding bikes all my life. So, you know, from dirt bikes to street bikes and etc. But I'd heard this incestuous revving and speeding through our neighborhood of the motorcycle. I eventually saw the guy on Saturday. I didn't know who it was. And I sort of like flippantly sort of said, "Guy, like he was quite away." And I said, "Can you just slow it down, please?"
Everything that he's vomiting out here, all this spaghetti, turned out to be a load of hooey, which you're going to see in the body cam. The reality of the situation is far different from the fantasy that he's describing here. He then briefly drops his resume on his experience riding as well. But I have to call into question that. I have to get you with the Phoenix Wright objection there. Like, he does have a bike, and you can see it in the body cam. But I have to wonder if he ever even rides it around or if he just licks the fucking tires clean as part of a fetish or something. Like, that's his experience with motorcycles. Because, like, he talks about them as if he's the preeminent expert on them. Like, oh, based on the sound and all this incessant revving, I knew that he was going extremely fast. I had seen him going extremely fast, this and that. But then in the body cam, you can see how fast he's going. It's in plain view. Alan Richardson never goes over 21 miles per hour. That's under residential speed limits in most places. Like, around me, it's 25. He's not zipping around at crazy speeds. So, does Ronnie know motorcycles at all? Or was this guy just looking for trouble and now he's out here lying?
And then there are numerous people in my neighborhood who caught all of this on Ring doorbells of him speeding through the neighborhood. And on Sunday, when I was cleaning my bike outside my house, he rode past once, twice, and on the second time, I walked out in front of him and I said, "You've got to stop. Someone's going to get hurt." And it escalated quite quickly from there. I did push him because he was coming towards me on his bike. He did it again for a second time. I pushed him a second time. And I think the second time he got off his bike and it kicked the crap out of me. And you can see he hit me in the back of my head. I went to the ground and covered myself. I've had such a shitty day today, and I don't wish the guy any malice or ill will, but we just don't need people riding through neighborhoods like this. And I just decided, I'm take a stand because someone else has to, because it's going to end up way worse than it could.
What a patriot. He really did take a stand. And by stand, I mean fetal position on the grass after pushing Alan Richardson multiple times after standing in front of his motorcycle while he was driving in order to cause Alan Richardson to flip over the handlebars, causing an accident. Really, what a hero, Ronnie. So now let's look at the body cam. So you can see Alan, top speed in this was 22 miles per hour. Now, I guess it's possible he was going faster before the body cam footage starts, but I find that hard to believe because even after the whole altercation, there is like an extra minute of body cam showing him and his kids driving away on their motorcycles, and the top speed he gets to there was, I think, 30, which even then is still not like lunatic speed that Ronnie keeps claiming. But in the body cam, you can see he's going 22 at top and then starts slowing down, going near Ronnie. He gets down to, I think it was 19 miles per hour. Then you can watch Rat Ronnie decide to get in front of his motorcycle by taking multiple side steps over there like he was playing defense on a basketball court. So then he gets in front of Alan, who then slams the brakes. He squeezes very hard, and it sends him over the top of his motorcycle because he wanted to avoid hitting him. He wasn't going fast enough to splatter him like it was Halo 3 or anything, but he still didn't want to cause some kind of injury to this guy who's now just fucking stood right in front of him. So I think that's very clear that Ronnie is the one that instigated this. It was not calm and collected like Ronnie seemed to indicate it was in his interview. He went in front of Alan, which could have very easily injured Alan, sending him over the handlebars there. Then that's when it gets a bit handsy. Alan and ridiculous Ronnie here kept shoving each other. It seemed like Ronnie did it first, so Alan shoved him, causing him to like ragdoll onto the driveway there. Ronnie, I think, now this is just my little game theory here, my tinfoil hat conspiracy. I think the plan was Ronnie was looking for money. I think he was trying to look for like an easy lawsuit. So he tried to position himself in a way that would have Alan Richardson be the bad guy and like attacking him and shit. So he then stood in front of the motorcycle hoping that little element of this whole thing would never see the light of day. That's just what I think, because this is just so inexplicably stupid from him. Alan doesn't appear to have been driving at lunatic speeds, or driving recklessly. He's with his 2 kids, and they seem to be practicing safe driving here on their motorcycles. And B, Alan immediately starts, like, instigating, like, physically with Alan afterwards, too. When Alan is a big boy, that's a pretty big mammoth of a man right there. That is a mountain of meat. And Ronnie instantly is getting ragdolled, but keeps coming back like just some kind of malfunctioning Oblivion NPC that can't get enough. So the question begs to be asked, why did Ronnie do this? It wasn't to protect the neighborhood or save the world or anything, because it doesn't seem like they were in any danger. It doesn't seem like there was any dangerous driving or fucking lunatic speeds and driving like recklessly. Nothing like that. So to me, it feels like he was looking for some kind of payday out of this through like a lawsuit or something. That's my guess. Side note, I hate whoever put this music here. This is so cringe. I hate how in the modern day and age, a video can't just have like real audio anymore if it's a vertical video. For some reason, people just feel the need to put in this kind of trash Facebook music that they find. Why? Now all it does is make it hard to hear what's going on, and I can't find it with original audio. It is so annoying. Like yesterday, the story with the dogs, I couldn't find the original audio on that dog video because everyone that was posting it had to just keep putting music in it. It's so stupid, man. Just let the original audio ride. How rotted are people's brains? How poisoned are people's psyches that they can't just hear the real audio? They need music in the background too to stay stimulated. It's so cringe. I hate it. Ronnie keeps following him around saying that he's driving like a fucking lunatic. That is his only dialogue option here. This guy must have like a string on his back that you pull it and all he says is, driving around like a fucking lunatic. That's his catchphrase. That is literally all he keeps doing is saying that. And then when Alan gets his bike up and is about to try and leave, Ronnie then prevents his exit. Ronnie stands in front of him again, restricting his ability to leave. Alan is trying to leave this situation. Ronnie is preventing it. And then Ronnie shoves him. It also seems like Ronnie pushed the bike over as well, but you can see Ronnie also shoved him after the bike got dumped. And that's when Alan pushes Ronnie to the ground and then beats him a bit. And that's where the security camera video starts. So you missed everything that Ronnie did to cause this altercation, and the security camera footage that was surfaced a couple days ago only showed this piece to make it seem like Alan Ritchson did everything wrong. It was all his fault. When really, the whole story, the real reality here is Ronnie. Ronnie smelt it and dealt it. He was the one that really caused all of this, and I think he was really hoping that this footage didn't exist.
Get out of your goddamn mind. Stay down. Are you fucking stupid? Jesus Christ.
That's where the physicality stops. Ronnie does still fling some more words towards Alan, but it ends with Alan and the kids driving off. And like I said, it's not like they start speeding off either. They stay under 30 for the most part. It's only towards like the very end of the footage that they get up to like 31 and then like reach a stop sign or something like that. But even then, there was nothing in this entire body cam that indicated to me reckless driving at dangerous speeds in this area. So I really feel like Ronnie was just fishing for confrontation as a means of trying to get some kind of payday out of it. That's what I believe. And he instantly tried to turn around and like put his name and face out there with these interviews to garner sympathy. And I think that it's been largely unsuccessful now that this body cam footage is out there. So yeah, I wanted to yap about it a little bit. That's really it. So yeah. Today I found something pretty interesting that I just can't resist the urge to share with all of you. I'm just kidding. That's a classic gag right there. I got you good. But I did actually read something pretty fascinating. It was an independent study that was conducted that found 72% of games industry executives believe that Steam has a monopoly on PC games. And this is an interesting topic and something that I've talked about on stream quite a bit, but I want to yap about this because they're not entirely wrong. Steam is like a diet monopoly when it comes to PC games, but not because they use like monopolistic tactics or anything. They literally just offer a better service than anything else that seems to come up and literally do nothing and win just by being better than all of the competitors that try and enter the market. Developers and players just naturally gravitate towards Steam. And thus they do kind of have like a stranglehold, like nipple clamps on PC games market. So like they do have oomph. And you can make an argument that they're like a soft monopoly. But I think it tells a very interesting story because there are alternatives, there are competitors. They just don't necessarily thrive. So anytime that a new games platform tries to enter the market to compete with Steam, they do their own version, with blackjack and hookers and whatever. And it usually flounders. Like, it usually flatlines pretty quickly because it's just inferior to Steam. Even though Steam has remained largely unchanged for the longest time, it has cemented itself as just a really easy-to-use platform that's just extremely convenient for developers and players. So a new platform springing up, it's got its work cut out for it. But that's not to say they don't exist, because there are a lot of alternatives. Well, maybe a lot's being a little charitable. There are some alternatives. Some of them are even decent, like GOG. Even though in recent times I've had extraordinarily horrible luck with GOG and getting games to actually fucking work through there, it is a service that is good, but it's not really comparable to Steam or anything. And then there's things like the Epic Game Store, which I think did try and employ monopolistic tactics to compete with Steam. Epic Game Store, I don't know how many of you remember, was trying to incentivize developers to marry themselves to their platform exclusively. Basically trying to have their own console wars between these platforms of Steam versus Epic Game Store. So they would steal away developer titles to go to the Epic Game Store through incentives. And it didn't work because Epic Game Store itself is just not a great platform. So people don't like to use it willingly. Very few people choose Epic Game Store over Steam. So it hasn't beaten Steam, and it's kind of a joke that's gotten a lot of resentment because of some of their tactics they've used to try and compete. Whereas Steam doesn't really do any of that. It just kind of sits there fucking lollipop in hand and does nothing and is winning. All these other platforms spring up and usually just run themselves straight into the shitter. So Steam just always prevails in the end. And that does put it in a position where it is like a soft monopoly. Worth mentioning about this study in particular, 75% of respondents were senior managers of C-suite level, with 77% from studios with more than 50 employees. And the study found that for a majority of the studios, Steam accounts for over 75% of revenue. And then they do briefly mention that developers started utilizing Epic Game Store and the Xbox PC Game Store. But again, it's clear Steam is the bulk of the balloons here. It is fascinating because, as I briefly mentioned, Steam doesn't do anything to try and solidify this pseudo-monopoly. They don't have parameters in place to try and force people to use Steam and drive out competition or anything like that. They literally just plant their feet and lat spread and just sit there menacingly, to the point where if you're a developer releasing on PC and you choose not to release on Steam, you are cutting your own nuts off. You are doing yourself a huge disservice in not having your game in front of all of those Steam users. And again, it's not Steam that's doing that and putting that fear of God in you. It's just gamers choose Steam, so if your game's not on Steam, they might not be buying it at all in general. They might not even give it the time of day. So it's very interesting, because again, Steam, at least not to anything I've ever seen, has never really tried to do anything to be a monopoly in the PC gaming space. They've just always been really convenient, like user-focused, and like, first and foremost, just accessible to developers and users, that they are just the best service. Now, of course, it's not perfect. Nothing ever will be. Like, I fucking hate the Steam friend UI and all that. I bitch and moan about that endlessly on stream whenever I'm trying to, like, co-op with friends on different games. But, like, overall, the Steam platform is better than any other games platform that has come out, generally speaking. So, it's hard to compete with that. So even though Steam's doing nothing, like, they don't need to, like, innovate or change things, they just have to not wipe their whole ass with everything they've built over the last couple of decades. And so far, they've been doing a great job of not just fucking it all up. And that seems to be, like, all they do. They are doing nothing to limit competition or anything. I have to imagine at the Steam HQ, they don't even know that they're ever in a competition with other game platforms. They probably have no fucking idea about, like, what Epic Games Store does with trying to get, like, exclusives and shit in the past. Like, I doubt they even have it as a blip on their radar. Now, normally, monopolies are a really bad thing for consumers. That's typically bad news. You do not want monopolies because there's no incentive to be the best service. There's no incentive to change or improve or get better for consumers because what's the point? There's no alternatives. And like I said, Steam is not a monopoly. But it kind of is like a de facto monopoly in the sense that pretty much everyone is choosing Steam, developer and players alike. So all the other alternative platforms, they're not exactly, you know, popping off or anything like that. They're not out there wiggling their finger in celebration with how great everything's going there compared to like a Steam or something. But Steam is the best thing for consumers right now in this market. There isn't a better alternative. So it is weird because it is a monopoly that is a monopoly because it just is the best. So people are choosing it willingly. They're not being like, you know, fucking hypnotized into it or something, or they're not being forced to because of lack of alternatives. It is just the best in the industry right now. So everyone goes to it. So it's one of the few times you'll see this kind of report where it's like, oh, this many people believe Steam is a monopoly, and you're like, oh, yeah, good. That's great news. You're right. It's so rare. Because let's take another de facto monopoly, for example. YouTube. YouTube, it's got a big-time stranglehold on video sharing. There's very few alternatives to YouTube, and it's something that's been discussed, yapped about, blabbered about for so many years now, and there just isn't a real YouTube competitor. And what does YouTube do with this swamp-ass throne it finds itself on top of for videos? Well, it doesn't improve, I'll tell you that much. It's definitely not the best it can be. There has been some big-time shitification going on in recent years because where are you going to go? Where are you going? There's nowhere else besides YouTube for video sharing and all of the features that YouTube has available. There isn't a real alternative, and there's no incentive for YouTube to fix the many problems that have been plaguing the site for so long. YouTube can do horrible decision after terrible decision after awful decision till the cows come home out the wazoo, and it doesn't really affect them because there isn't real competition. The users stay because YouTube does have a de facto monopoly. And I imagine 99% of cases, if you ask somebody, do you think it's a good thing that YouTube has this, position here as a de facto monopoly, they'd say no. But then if you ask that same question to somebody about Steam, they would probably say yes. And it's not hard to see why. It's a very big distinction here, I would say. Steam got to this position by just being better than all of the other competitors. I saw a comment that kind of painted it pretty well. Steam isn't a monopoly, its competition is just incompetent. That's pretty true. It's not like Steam has ever, to my knowledge, used its position in the industry to crush the little guy trying to make a startup that's better than Steam or something. All it does is just sit there like a fucking tree. That's all it does. It's been around for so long, it innovated at the very beginning, it cracked the code on what it needed to be the best, and now All they have to do is just not fuck it up. And everyone else that tries to compete in the space just puts out a legitimately worse product, generally speaking. Like I mentioned earlier, GOG I do think offers a different kind of product still in the same space, but having like DRM free copies for older games and stuff is a valuable service to offer, and it is something a bit different than what Steam offers. I just personally haven't had great luck with GOG recently. So anyway, yeah, I do actually kind of agree here. This survey was also conducted by what appears to be another platform that's trying to sell developers on the idea to sell with them. So the study itself is already a little weird, but the actual subject matter of Steam being a soft monopoly is an interesting topic, I think. And it is one where I'd say, yeah, Steam is kind of a soft monopoly. But what's crazy is, I don't think that's a bad thing. They are just the best in the industry for a gaming platform. Like, they just made the best platform, and they haven't done anything, scummy and shady to, prevent others from beating them. It's just all the others that compete are worse. So people just go to Steam. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I imagine a lot of you are tired of hearing me yap about One Punch Man. By a show of hands, how many of you had enough of a 31-year-old man complaining about an anime? No hands? Interesting. Okay, then I'm gonna keep going. It is so hard to not blabber about this season because it's setting new records. The most recent episode that just dropped, episode 6, is now one of, if not the lowest rated anime episodes on the entirety of IMDb. And not just there, but across other sites as well, it is one of the worst reviewed episodes I can find. Right now, the most recent episode, Motley Heroes, has a 2.9 on IMDb, which means that it's even lower than X-Arm's debut episode. X-Arm is considered by many, including myself, to be the worst anime ever made. That abomination is an insult to God. It is the biggest, bungus piece of shit imaginable. And yet, One Punch Man Season 3 has found a way to be hated even more than X-Arm. And the crazy thing is, I watched X-Arm. I don't know how many of you remember this. I was going through the worst rated anime of all time to find the single worst one ever made. And when I got to X-Arm, I literally just ended that series because I hated it so much. And it actually blew up my fucking neurons up here to the point where I felt lobotomized watching it. So I called it quits after X-Arm. It was that bad. And yet I would actually say it kind of makes sense why episode 6 is rated lower than this X-Arm debut. Because at least in X-Arm there is movement. At least you can say you watched an animated thing. You watched something animated. With One Punch Man Season 3, you have to stretch your definition of animation. Because it is entirely composed of still images, almost. And in episode 6 here of Season 3, from what I can recall, I just finished it, there's only 4 scenes that have movement. And by movement, I mean one of the scenes is Child Emperor doing this with his hands. And then the other scene, which has become a big meme now, is King walking into the room, and he literally walks into the room like a fucking Five Nights at Freddy's animatronic hitting some of this. I thought we were about to witness him do a JoJo Siwa's dance move or something. That is the level of animation you're getting with One Punch Man Season 3. So, to me, while it is probably exaggerated to a certain degree, being a 2.9, X-Arm being higher in this regard, I kind of agree with it. At least X-Arm moved. There was shit going on in episode 1 of X-Arm, there was a fight and everything, and characters moved, which is a lot more than you can say for One Punch Man right now. Not only that, they fuckify themselves where they have some very cool stills, or at least they did in some of the preview and promo material they had, some decent stills. That was the one thing people were latching onto like a baby to their mother's teat about Season 3, about some cool stills. But when you get to the actual episode, for some reason, some maniac, some unhinged lunatic went in there and slapped the ugliest blue and yellow light filters on everything. So anytime you're looking at a character's face close up, for some reason, they go into the cheddar cheese dimension and there's just fucking yellow lights beaming in, or blue RGB gamer mode lights just obstructing your view, and it looks so silly. And another big meme moment from this episode is how they fucked up Fubuki in one of these stills where her face is It's just, it doesn't even look like the same character. It looks like one of those in-between frames from Naruto where someone's face gets like all fucked up where it looks like the Babadook or something like that. And that is like a full still that sits there for a minute. Like, a minute is exaggerating, but it sits there for a while. And it just looks terrible. Like, it's very clear that the show is only getting worse. Like, this is... Episodes 1 and 2 were bad. But they weren't this bad. Episode 5 was their best episode, and it was bad. But it wasn't this bad, and it feels like they blew all of their load in episode 5, and now the only thing left is like scraps, actual morsels that they're trying to utilize to the best of their ability to just have something go out. And my God, it is sad. It is just tragic what's happened to One Punch Man. And I've seen this crazy fantasy people are spinning about like, yeah, season 3 is so bad, they're going to learn a really hard lesson that season 4 is going to be amazing for. This is a necessary pill for them to swallow so that way we can get an amazing season 4. Buster, there's no season 4. This has been a catastrophic disaster, and once season 3 is done, which they should just close the book on it now, just stem the bleeding. There's no reason to even finish the scheduled episodes. Just let it end here. It's not worth it. But once this is over, there will not be a One Punch Man Season 4. Not unless Bandai sells the rights to someone else. They've shown that they're not willing to put any resources into developing a very high quality One Punch Man season anymore. So, now that this hasn't done well and it's been embarrassing, they're just not going to touch it again. There won't be a season 4 unless for some reason Bandai has this big eureka moment where they're like, what if we actually tried to make it good? And then decided to after this. But I don't see that happening. They're just going to wash their hands of it and be done. It seems like that's exactly what they want. They tried to make something extremely cheap expecting fans to swallow whatever shit they farted out, and it didn't go over well. Their gambit didn't pay off. The only franchise that's able to get away with spending $0 on a beloved IP and still having the community lick the sweat off of their gooch is Pokemon. Pokemon is able to be produced for literally $0, copy and paste every year, endless slop, and people will just digest it with a smile on their face. But that's because they have numerous decades under their belt of brand loyalty, and people have literally rewired their brains to just accept that Pokemon games aren't expected to be good anymore. They're just expected to be there, and that's enough, I suppose. And that works for them. One Punch Man does not have that same luxury. One Punch Man has 3 seasons in 10 years. That's not exactly enough to have people just hooked on the drug to the point where they'll excuse any laziness. Especially not for a highly anticipated Season 3, 6 years in waiting. This gambit was never going to work for this. I don't know what Bandai was expecting to happen here. This is just so sad. And I'm very confident that we will not see another season of the One Punch Man anime anymore. Unless, of course, Bandai sells it to somebody else or some kind of crazy miracle happens. But I think Season 3 is probably going to be the swan song for the One Punch Man anime. And that sucks. At least the manga is still an absolute fucking banger. At least that is still absolutely slapping. But it is such a shame to look at what could have been for this animated series. Season 1 was amazing. And I was a vocal hater of Season 2. But now seeing Season 3 and going back to Season 2, man, do I see the folly of my youth. How silly I was to think Season 2 was bad. It is definitely worse than Season 1 in terms of its animation. But holy shit, is it significantly better than what we got here. And even on its own 2 legs, it is, like, in its own right, still, like, well animated at most points. Like, so... Season 3 made me appreciate Season 2, so there's that, I guess. But man, yeah, this is a terrible season, and it continues to only get worse. I can't believe... if you had told me One Punch Man would be one of the lowest rated anime seasons on IMDb or across the board, I would have spit in your face. I would have laughed at you. I would have like tried to admit you to an insane asylum, like Arkham Asylum or some shit. Because that's just crazy. But... look at where we are now. What a shame. Anyway, that's really about it. I don't really plan on making another One Punch Man Season 3 video, but I guess we'll see. There's still a lot of episodes to go. I guess it can definitely get even worse for it. So, anyway, that's about it. See ya. When I heard they were making an It show, I kind of had the same gut reaction everyone else did, which was to write it off and just pretty much assume it was going to be, at best, mid. But as I've always said, even things that I'm pretty confident I will hate, I will always give a fair shake to and approach with an open mind, willing to be pleasantly surprised and proven wrong. And in the case of It, Welcome to Derry, the TV show, I was pleasantly surprised. I was wrong, for the most part. I don't think it's like a perfect show or anything, but it is significantly better than I would have expected it to be. Now, I'm going to be getting into spoilers, as I always do these days, so this is your fair warning. This show added a lot of things to it that I think on paper sound fucking stupid. Like actual crack pipe smoking dumb ideas that if I just read like a plot synopsis for this series and saw it in there, I would giggle at it and just immediately wipe my ass with this show. But actually watching it, it shines. In particular, I'm talking about Halloran. Halloran is a powerful psychic with the military who they're using as fundamentally like a Call of Duty Modern Warfare 2 UAV kill streak. He is a psychic that they are trying to use as a compass to target and locate it, the crash site of this entity. So that way they can use it to stop conflict across the globe by just instilling debilitating fear in them. They want to capture it and use it, and they're using Halloran to find it. And he has psychic abilities, in the truest sense of the word. He literally does have psychic abilities. Not to like Mob Psycho level or anything, but he can poke around in people's brain. He can incapacitate people with his mind. He can see into them. He can like astral project himself. And I would have not expected something like that for it. But man, it works really well in this show. And I think it's because of how good of a character Halloran himself is. He is a very interesting character, a complex, deep character that we learn a lot about, spend a lot of time with, and see do some really cool shit. So it worked. Like I would have never expected it to, but it did. Another thing I would have never expected to work really well was having it not always be Pennywise. Because the most iconic part about this entity is the Pennywise element to him, especially with Bill Skarsgård being Pennywise. He does such a phenomenal job as that character. Well, in Welcome to Derry, this entity is not Pennywise at all, really. You don't see Pennywise in the way that you've seen him in the past until like episode 6 at the end. For the most part, it is doing all kinds of other things to scare and kill its victims in Derry. And it works really well. It is brutal, especially the end of the first episode. That was probably one of the most shocking episode premieres I've ever seen, because it like lulls you into this false sense about where the show's going and how it's going to play out. Like, oh, we've been down this road before. It's going to basically be like the losers versus Pennywise again, but this time a little deeper in the past. Okay, snooze fest. And then the end of that episode hits, and it's just a fucking slaughter of everyone you thought was safe, that everyone you thought was going to be a main character just dead, brutalized, like annihilated. It was surprising, but it wasn't shock for the sake of shock, because that becomes an integral part of where the series goes from there. That is like its main motivator, because then you follow two characters that survived it and how, as a result of those deaths, Ronnie, one of the characters that survives it, her father's being framed for the kids dying there. And Lily, she's had her own traumatic experiences and people think she's crazy, so no one believes her and she can't tell people, and she has to find a way to try and prove she's not crazy, and so that way she doesn't get sent back to, Arkham Asylum. It's like a really interesting direction Welcome to Derry goes that I didn't expect it to at all. And it works really well. I think they are very creative with how it terrorizes and kills in this series. Now, with that being said, sometimes the way that it terrorizes and kills looks like absolute dog shit. There are moments in this series that the CGI is just embarrassing. In particular, episode 3. Holy shit, the entire cemetery section where they're trying to take a photo of the entity to prove that Ronnie's father wasn't the one responsible and that there is a monster that's killing kids. And they go to a cemetery to try and provoke it, and then they end up getting ganked by a bunch of ghosts and chased around by them. And my god, it looks terrible. It reminded me of like the early 2000s Haunted Mansion movie with Eddie Murphy. Like visuals to that level. It was really awful looking. The visuals completely ate shit throughout that entire sequence. And not just there are multiple other instances throughout the series where the CGI just looks super half-baked and unfinished, as if they like forgot to texture it but then ran out of time, so they just said fuck it, do it live, ship it. Like there are moments where the CG is just very, very bad. I also think there are quite a few times where the writing is also atrocious. For the most part, I think the show has solid writing, especially when it comes to some of its main characters, but there are other times where it feels like what they ended up, just printing was placeholder. Like, it feels like there's no way this is how they actually wanted it to come across. For example, I think the most egregious moment of, like, baffling writing choices is in their mission in the sewers. So, they've located an artifact that they want to track down, and so the military does a mission in the sewers, and they send, like, an elite team in there in order to find it, and they're being led by a member of, like, the secret organization tasked with keeping the being under control so it doesn't just, run rampant. So they have this big team together, they're going through the sewers, and they are very familiar with the entity at this point. They know that it wants to separate, isolate, and kill. They know that anything they see in the sewers that they can't explain, they have to kill, they have to shoot, because it is most likely it about to attack and kill them. Like, they know everything about this. The only thing they don't know is the landscape of the sewers, but that doesn't matter, because what ends up happening is when they go in the sewers, pretty much instantly, they all just start splitting off. So, like, they're walking through the sewers and it's a single file line, and you would expect that they'd be in, like, constant contact with each other, like, talking, so that way they know everyone's still in line, or at least, like, turning around and checking every now and then. But that's not how it works at all in the sewer. What ends up happening is, the second that they have to, like, drop into some water, they, like, the first couple that do so, then, like, push a whole mile ahead before the rest do. So, like, they are now completely separated. So they're so far away from the group now that they can't even hear, like, screams from them or anything. So then, like, the next wave of the line goes through the water, and then Halloran gets to the water, and he gets pulled under, and the two guys behind him saw it happen, so they're like, oh, what the fuck just happened? We gotta find Halloran. He just got, like, yanked under. Where are you? Start saying words. Scream. Like that kind of thing. Scream if you love it. Ah, come on, just anything. And nobody ahead of them can hear any of this, like the splashing around, the screaming, the yelling, because they are now so far ahead, and they haven't checked at all if anyone's still with them. So these two guys are looking for Halloran. These two guys are now isolated, so they get ambushed by it. It is like the craziest shit, because they already know that it is there, and they know that it wants to separate and isolate them. Why wouldn't they at least be turning around to make sure everyone's still there? It's like the quickest and simplest action to take, but it doesn't happen. So then, Hanlon and Polly, who are characters that are very important, we've spent a decent chunk of time with them, they happen to notice that the others are missing, so they then go back to look for them without informing the two ahead of them. So there's just never any communication, so the two ahead of them continue pushing forward without knowing that Hanlon and Polly have left. Hanlon and Polly go look for them, now they're isolated, and now they're getting ambushed by it. Like, it's just so fucking stupid, because all it would take is just like a simple, like, sound off, like, hey, you guys still there? Or even just like one of these, like looking over their shoulder. And then they'd be able to immediately recognize whether or not they're all still in a group or separated. And because of that lack of communication or lack of really doing anything sensible, the whole thing goes tits up and everything is, out of control now. Like, that was just so fucking silly to me, because it just felt so unnatural. Up until this point, most of the characters, I would say, were making mostly smart decisions, at least on, like, how they handle certain things. But in the sewers, everyone got hit with, like, a stupid beam. Like, I don't understand what went so wrong there. Like, it feels like that would be, like, they knew what they wanted to do with have this mission going wrong in the sewers and all of that, but they didn't know a way of doing it other than just having every character just all of a sudden become like a fucking lobotomite. And in that same episode with the sewers, Paulie does a heroic sacrifice where Hanlon believes that he just saw his son in the sewers, but that doesn't make any sense, because why would his son be there? And we had just seen moments before he had saw like, something else that wasn't actually there. So the idea is Hanlon is now just going to shoot his son because he thinks it's it. But Paulie notices, no, that's actually his son in the sewers. So he like jumps in front of the bullet, sacrificing himself and saving Hanlon's son. That was really a fucking stupid way of killing off Paulie because he noticed immediately that his son was actually there. It's not it. And he was going to act immediately. You saw him look to Hanlon, and he still had quite a bit of time. I understand it's in slow motion, but he still had enough time to jump in front of the bullet. All he had to do was just hit his gun up. He was right next to him. All he had to do was just push his gun up. Like, it would have been actually significantly faster, and it would have been a lot safer for everyone, too, to just push his gun up or push his gun down. Instead of just like throw himself in front of the bullet. I thought that was just like a really lazy way of killing him off, and I do not think that sacrifice hit as hard as I think they wanted it to. And there's a few other notable examples I could pull from for writing that I really just don't think landed, but there's no point in just going through each one of them. I just think there were quite a few instances where the writing really floundered, but like I said, for the most part, I think they did a good job narratively, and especially with the characters. It's just there are moments that had me kind of roll my eyes a little bit. But I would like to mention one more thing that I didn't like too much, and it does still kind of tie into the writing. When they're going through the explanation for the genesis of it, I just thought that was a little silly. Like, not in the way that it was presented. So basically what happens when we're learning about the origins of it, it's Hanlon who has infiltrated the mind of one of the members of the secret organization that keeps it contained. Well, contained is real loosey-goosey. It runs wild. It still does kill a ton of people, but they write it off as like acceptable losses as part of the cycle. But anyway, he's inside of that individual's mind, and he is seeing the past where when he was a kid, his aunt had asked him to recite the story of the Galoo, which is something that was a children's tale that they were all told, but it is true. The Galoo is it. And it's basically the story of how an evil spirit crash landed on Earth in a falling star, and the impact was so great that the falling star split, and thus its cage was broken, and it could, go out and kill now because it was no longer contained. And I don't mind any of that. Like, that's all cool, actually. But what it boils down to at the end, though, is that pieces of that falling star they took and turned into, like, a dagger in order to fight it. And they turned it into these artifacts that are used to keep it afraid of going past the artifacts. So that way it stays in the Western wood. And I just didn't love that. I really just didn't like the idea of having, like, just, this Excalibur it weapon and these very powerful artifacts they buried in the ground to keep them locked in there. I don't know. That didn't sit super right with me. I always preferred more of the mystery of it as opposed to it now kind of boiling down to, like, it's a Marvel villain that they can fight with this weapon. I didn't love that direction as all. Not the biggest deal in the world because the show is still very solid. Like, I did enjoy Welcome to Derry far more than I expected to, and it has an absolute banger ending, and I'm very curious where they're going to go further with this now. Overall, I really was surprised by how entertaining the show was. So, it was a nice pleasant surprise being wrong on this show. Anyway, that's really about it. So, yeah. Am I the biggest Five Nights at Freddy's fan in the world? Nope. But, did I see the first film? Yes. Did I like it? No. But, I could understand why others did. So, I just saw the second film. Did I like it? Nope. But this time, I can't understand why others seem to like it. I know it's getting, like, absolutely spanked when it comes to, like, critic reviews and stuff, but most people, myself included, don't really give a fuck about critic reviews these days. But what I am seeing is a lot of glaze for the film from fans of the property, which I understand that there's a level of enthusiasm for an IP where you will swallow any shit that gets farted down your throat. I understand that. There is a level of fandom where it doesn't matter if it's objectively terrible. You are just happy it exists, and the fact that it is something that you can go put your peepers on for an hour and a half or whatever is good enough. Everything else doesn't matter. You can point at the screen going, I know that! And that's all you need. Oh, also, speaking on that, special shout out to my auditorium in particular. The entire row behind me was talking from start to finish about the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's. I felt like I was listening to the fucking Fazbear Fan Club podcast behind me. The entire goddamn movie. Every time someone's name was mentioned, I heard them talking about their significance to the plot in the games. Anytime they recognized something on screen for all the fan service, they'd point it out. So even though I myself am kind of a fucking homunculus when it comes to Five Nights at Freddy's lore, I promise you, every single Easter egg and fan service moment in here that was sprinkled in the film, I know about now. I know because they pointed it out loudly every single time. One of them even sang one of the songs that is apparently associated with the Easter egg that was presented here. So trust me, I got every single reference in this one. I got the big-time, full-blown Glup Shido experience here for sure. But even outside of that group, I am still seeing a lot of people saying, like, this is just for the fans, and the fans alone. And okay, fair enough, but I would say even if you're the biggest fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, this film is just still kind of weak. However, the cold hard truth of it is, it doesn't matter if the film is weak. The fact that it exists at all is satisfactory to tons of people already. Even if the film is mid or bad, this film does what I think most fans of the property want it to do. It shows them the things that they already loved from the IP, from the games, on the big screen. And they give you a lot to chew on that you'll recognize from the games. And that's enough for people to have a very positive experience with the film. And if you're in that camp, all power to you. I'm happy that you're happy with it. But as someone who is not the biggest fan of the games, I don't think this movie stands on its own two legs overly well. There are two things I think it does better than the first one, though. And it is something that they did highly talk up about, like, listening to feedback from the first one. I do think they did try to make it scarier. And I do think they made it feel much larger in scale because there's more animatronics and it feels like it spans more than just a location. Both of those things are good. Those are my main two positives I can give the film. I think the animatronics look great. I appreciate that there's more of a presence from them. I also think they did a great job with Marionette's design. That character is by far the eeriest part of the cast here in a film that's already devoid of scariness. Not that that's actually a negative I have for it. I don't go into Five Nights at Freddy's expecting to get fucking goosebumps, tingles, and covering my eyes in fear. This is Weenie Hut Jr. horror for toddlers. It is meant to be like a gateway horror franchise for kids, and in that aspect, it does excel. It is a juggernaut IP when it comes to kids' horror property. So it's not like I'm complaining that it didn't make me, a 31-year-old man, afraid. I just wanted to point out that as far as designs go, Marionette, I think, was the most successful, but also the biggest wasted potential, because most of the time you see Marionette, it's when she's possessing somebody else, and in that instance, they just give, like, wacky eyes to the person with, like, Slender Man, long arms and, like, little claws, fucking noodle hands, like salad fingers. And it's a much less cool and less original look. But anyway, like I said, another thing I liked is that it does feel much larger than the first one. I love the new Five Nights at Freddy's location. I think it's a very cool set. And I also think they knocked it out of the park when it came to William Afton's pieces. Even though there's only 2 sections, I'm pretty sure, with him in there, they are the highlights of the entire film. They are done really well. The opening sequence, the flashback to Marionette and Charlotte, we're going to be getting into spoilers, spoiler warning. That sequence where she's trying to save that child that William has kidnapped back there and then he is chasing her, I think they did an extremely good job with. The dream sequence with Vanessa confronting her father, William Afton, I also thought was extremely well done. I would have liked to see more of that, because those 2 scenes are the only scenes in the movie that bother with building tension or suspense. The rest of the film, even though, like I said, I understand this is meant as, like, horror for kids, the rest of the film is literally just jump scares with no attempt at building up to them. So it's just like random loud noise. Here's fucking Chica grabbing a guy through the glass door here. Big loud explosion noise. Breaking glass over here. And when you just have that as your main, like, scare moment, it just feels a little flat because there was no suspense building up to it at all. But like I said, I do think this one is scarier than the first one. It does seem like they tried to put more of an emphasis on this kind of thing happening, which I appreciate. Like, I do think it's going in a good direction there for the third one, I suppose. But now, like I said, one of the compliments I gave about, like, I love that it feels larger, love the new location. Well, I actually do have, like, a little hemorrhoid that I want to slap onto that butt there for a second, because I do like that, and they set up something that I thought was going to be very cool with, you know, Fazbear Fest, fucking Faz Fest, where, like, they're celebrating Freddy Fazbear and all of this shit, and they talk about it a lot. There's flyers, there's hype around the town, and then the movie is gradually building to a big final showdown. You are led to believe it's going to be at this festival, and it's going to be a fucking bloodbath. But it's not. The final battle just happens in one room of a house. So, like, why even bother setting up the Fazbear Festival? It played absolutely no role in the plot at all, and from what I've read online, the third film, the conclusion here to this trilogy, also doesn't take place at the Faz Festival, so what the fuck was even the point in putting this here in the first place? It did nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it would have been a great final showdown space for this, too. It just feels like a real missed opportunity, and maybe it's what they wanted to do initially but couldn't because of budget or something, perhaps. I don't know. But it just felt really lackluster watching the final battle happen in a room, whereas it could have easily have happened at the festival. In fact, while they were talking right before that final battle, the festival was mentioned. I was like, okay, we're about to fucking take this shit outside, aren't we? We don't. Anyway, though, I want to get more into the meat and potatoes of things. When I mentioned that flashback, the intro, I think that was like probably the strongest part of the film, but it also sets up the main villain's motivation, Charlotte. She is at the OG Five Nights at Freddy's, the genesis of this evil, and she sees that kid get kidnapped, and she tries to tell some of the parents there about it, and they all brush her off. And it's really weird. So, like, she goes up to this guy, and she's like, help, this child just got kidnapped. And he's like, go tell your parents! Get the fuck away from me! What are you... A kid getting kidnapped? That's impossible! You're out of your goddamn... Where are your parents? Go talk to them, don't talk to me. And so he, like, yells at her, and then she's like, oh, geez, okay. So she goes up to some other parents, some ladies, and are like, excuse me, grown-ups are talking. Scram, kidnapping? As if, kidnapping, never even heard of that. What does that even mean? You're making things up, you're crazy, get out of here, get out of here, shoo. It's like, okay, really weird. That's extremely weird. And I get that we needed this as motivation for this character, so when she does die because of William Afton stabbing her, it's fuel for her rage, where she hates parents because she believes they are responsible for her death. And she's right to assume that, because if these parents had just listened to her warning them about the kidnapping she just witnessed taking place, she would probably still be alive, and William Afton may have been stopped in the very beginning. What I don't get, though, is in what universe would any parents react like that to hearing that a child just got kidnapped? That blew my mind. When that was happening in that scene, I was like, what the fuck? Why would they be looking at her like she just fell out of a spaceship or something for bringing up a very legitimate concern that she could have just witnessed? Why are we just ignoring that? And then she ends up getting murdered, which ends up getting covered up. Like, surely the parents would have connected dots like, oh, that girl that was telling us about the kidnapping, she's been murdered. Maybe something was fishy going on there. Nah, surely it was her fault. Just no foul play. I don't know, I think the villain motivation here makes a lot of sense. You know, she died, and in her last moments, she only had one emotion left, rage at the parents that let this tragedy happen. But I feel like they knew what they wanted the motivation to be. It's a strong motivation, but they couldn't get, like, a real logical way of having that come across other than just having, like, these outrageously aggressive, combative parents that would somehow ignore a kidnapping alarm. So that was just a little weird to me. Not the biggest complaint in the world, but just something I wanted to mention. But piggybacking off of this point, I have to make a mention of what actually is a big complaint of mine, how awful the script is. Holy cannoli. Now, I know far be it from me to sin by criticizing Five Nights at Freddy's writing here, being someone that has only played a handful of the games. I haven't done the extensive homework and research required to comprehend the universe. But this film, it unapologetically makes the assumption that everyone seeing it knows every single tidbit of lore before watching this. Which I actually don't fault it for at all. That's not a big negative to me. I would much rather a film cater to the built-in audience. It's the whole point in adapting something. I would much prefer if this was the standard than something like the Halo TV series where it abandons the fan base. I would much rather it appeal to the hardcore fans. So I appreciate that, even though I'm not in that target demographic. So there were things that I had questions about, like didn't fully understand because it seemingly comes out of nowhere. But I learned, thanks to the group chit-chatting behind me, and basically just reciting Wikipedia pages anytime something happened. They were kind of filling in the blanks on things that were confusing to me. I believe that a lot of like the randomness that gets thrown into this film, all cattywampus, actually makes sense if you played the games. Like it has lore significance to the games more so than it does for the movie. So even though it feels out of place and doesn't make sense in the context of the film, if you played the games, it helps you understand that. So I imagine people like me that haven't played a ton of the games and don't fully understand the world will be equally as confused by certain things that just happen to randomly spring up here. But that's not like the biggest deal in the world to me. I think that's okay, and you can excuse that because, again, it does seem like the main audience here is supposed to be Five Nights at Freddy's fans, laser focused on that. But outside of that, the dialogue between characters is trash. Like much worse than the first one. Like, I actually think they did a big step backwards when it comes to character writing in this film. Not only that, I also feel like they had no idea how to get from point A to point B in a way that makes sense. So, example, at the end of the movie, everything's going tits up, the animatronics have broken free, Charlotte's going out to try and kill the parents and stuff, they're trying to stop her. Well, at one point, Vanessa's car breaks down at the most important moment while they're trying to get to Mike's house. And it breaks down, seemingly like in the middle of nowhere. There's no other cars on the road or anything like that. And she's like, ah, damn! Throws the walkie-talkie. And then it just so happens Mike's friend drives by and he's like, hey, that doesn't look good. You need a ride? How incredibly convenient that he's just out and about at this time of night in the middle of nowhere to give her a ride to Mike's place without asking any questions about why or what's going on. Instead, all he says is, crazy eyes. And that kind of thing is present throughout the entire film with these crazy conveniences, and it feels like everyone in this world just has the ability to teleport. Like, they all have Goku's instant transmission. Every single one of them can go exactly where they need to be instantly. Like, there's no sense of, like, scale where it takes a while to go from, like, Freddy Fazbear's place to Mike's house. It feels like they're neighbors, really. Like, Abby can ride her bike there in what feels like a matter of, like, minutes, even though I imagine it would be miles. But she can get there in minutes, build an entire robot with the help of Chica, and get back in time to sleep, and then go to school for the science fair all in one evening. And keep in mind, this new Freddy Fazbear's place is a place nobody even knew existed because it's been condemned and forsaken for decades. They drove that point home. But I guess it's just like right next to all of them. It's like, it's literally just a couple steps away. It's just weird, is what I'm saying. Like, everything about the script just feels really fucking weird. So yeah, Charlotte becomes the marionette, the puppet, and she wants to kill all parents. Her best friend was Vanessa, so now Vanessa is connected to this original event, and Vanessa knew all about this, even used a music box to like pacify her, keep her asleep at bay. But then her brother gets some spectral scoopers in there who free Charlotte. So now she can go on her rampage killing parents. No parents get killed. In fact, I think there's only one death outside of that spectral scoopers crew. And that's the piece of shit teacher who just gets his head popped like a watermelon. That's something I also want to mention that I think is a positive. It seems like they really did want to push the PG-13 rating. They did try and give you like some gruesome deaths. I appreciated that they tried to go pretty hard there. I think that was a nice surprise. So anyway, back to the narrative. It is now up to Mike and Vanessa to team up to try and stop this from happening, because now Abby gets mixed up in it. Since Charlotte can control the other animatronics, she lures Abby into a trap, believing that it's her friends coming back, that kind of thing. It's clearly not, and thus they have to save Abby and stop Charlotte. I think the dynamic between Mike and Vanessa here is fucking terrible. Mike is basically just like, I hate you, Vanessa. You didn't tell me about this. I can never trust you again, and I won't even hear you out on anything ever again. I refuse to believe in you ever. I spit on you. Stay away from us. Like, I understand feeling like a bit betrayed and being like a little hesitant to trust her because she kept such a big thing from him. But I would also argue that she went above and beyond and did more than he did to protect his sister. like I feel like Mike had the least amount to do here. It was mainly Vanessa. Mike was basically just playing the fucking Five Nights at Freddy's game, which I actually thought was a series of decent scenes where he's like at the security booth and he's got to wear the mask. That was kind of cute. Like, I don't have any big complaints there, but it truly felt like it was Vanessa's story and Mike was taking a backseat in it now, and yet he still has the gall to be like, fuck you, Vanessa. And then the film ends on like a cliffhanger setting up for number 3. And I think that is why I'm so surprised so many people are like still really glazing this, because this film really feels like it is solely here to set up for the finale. So little actually gets solved or anything in that regard in this film. It is all just putting the pieces on the board for the finale. So it doesn't feel like it ever even reaches any kind of like third act or a climax or anything. It just goes until it abruptly stops, until it stops going, getting you ready for the third movie. And that's why I'm saying I just feel like it's kind of weak. Even if you're the biggest fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, you are basically just watching the setup for the third one. Now, if you watch all 3 of these when the third one eventually comes out, I'm sure this one won't feel as lackluster since you immediately can flow right into the third one if you so choose. But now having to wait till the next one, you're left with just an experience that is just setup without anything else. I could keep yapping about the movie, but I don't think there's any value in doing that. I think that's probably pretty worthless, because if you already liked the first film or you just like the property, I have no doubt you're going to like this one. I think it does exactly what fans of Five Nights at Freddy's want, which is just provide them with the things they know from the game on the big screen. So it boils down to, do you like Five Nights at Freddy's? If you check yes on that box, you'll probably like the movie, because it is just showing you all the things you already liked from the property in the games. And if you like the first movie, you'll probably like this one even more, because like I said, it does 2 things better than the first film, which is it does make it feel larger and does make it feel like it's trying harder to be scary or disturbing. So, yeah, if you're already a fan of the franchise, I have no doubt you're probably really happy with this film. As someone who does not really like Five Nights at Freddy's, I do not like green eggs and ham, didn't find a whole lot to love about this one, sorry to say. But maybe the third one. Maybe the third one's where they finally win me over. Anyway, that's really about it. See ya. I just watched a video on the curious case of an off-duty officer walking around. This wasn't just your average, innocent, everyday stroll outdoors. This was advanced walking, with his penis out. Damn thing was hard, too.
Gun. Is this why you didn't want us to pat you down?
Well, what you saw, you described it as his penis.
Right.
Do you know what color it looked like?
If that sizzler reel doesn't get you hooked, I don't know what will. I gotta tell you, I'm not a dispatcher, but that line of questioning was a bit of an eyebrow raiser for me. You described what you saw as looking like a penis. Can you tell me what color that penis was? What was the make and model of that wiener? Now, believe me when I tell you that this actually comes full circle. This question actually does play a role in the real investigation. I don't want to spoil how it happens, though. You'll see at the end here.
On October 14th, 2024, a woman was jogging with her dog along the Reeds Lake Trail in East Grand Rapids. As she passed a man walking toward her, something caught her attention. The man had his penis exposed through his zipper and fully erect. Shocked and shaken, she borrowed a bystander's phone and called 911. Minutes later, officers arrived at the scene and spotted a man emerging from a wooded area who matched her description.
Now, at first, this video kind of seemed fishy to me because there's some odd usages of AI throughout it, but I double-checked this story and I can find multiple sources about this guy, so I'm assuming this is all real, and it does appear to be an actual police vehicle that we will eventually get to here. So I'm pretty sure this is all genuine. Just wanted to briefly make a mention of that. So that's the lore breakdown. This story starts with a woman jogging and a man walking towards her with an erect cock out, which obviously disturbs her. She alerts the authorities. Authorities arrive at the scene and they see a suspicious gentle sir emerging from a wooded area.
Hi, sir. Can I talk to you for a second?
Yeah, how are you?
Good. How about yourself?
Oh, not too shabby.
What's going on?
Oh, just walking around the lake.
Just walking around the lake?
Yeah.
Okay. Where'd you start at?
Over by Reed's Lake.
Okay. Like Reed's Lake Boulevard, where?
Just south of here.
South of there?
Yep.
Okay. Reason I wanted to talk to you, we had a call on a subject matching your description.
Okay.
Blue jeans, blue sweatshirt.
Yep.
Walking around with his penis out.
Okay.
I love that he looks down to check. Oh, jeepers. Did I forget the zip? Nope. All clear. Well, as you can see, officer, my dick is firmly in my trousers. Checkmate. Must have been somebody else. In fact, I saw a very suspicious gentleman running away like a cartoon villain over there a minute ago, and, you know, now that I stop to think about it, it might have been a penis between his legs dangling around. I think he went that way. He's over that way. You're letting the bad guy get away.
Have any ID on you?
I don't.
You don't?
No.
What's your name?
Dennis.
Dennis, have you ever been in trouble before?
I have not.
Dennis, what's your middle name?
Evan.
Can you try to reach him, please?
Dennis, what's your last name?
Evans.
Copy.
What's your middle name?
Evan.
Dennis Evans?
Williams.
4110
Holy shit. It's the Dennis Evans Williams. Wow. I didn't realize we were dealing with a celebrity. This guy is famous for receiving the world's first fart transplant. Now, Dennis has found himself in quite a pickle here. But don't worry, he's got great defense.
No, I think I saw you when I passed by the first time.
Yep.
And you went back that way.
Uh-huh.
And then I saw you walk over here, and you were looking back that way, and then you kind of started to run for a second this way. Why was that?
I have no clue. I saw here. I wouldn't have stopped running, I guess, if I thought it was suspicious.
Yeah. Yep. Was there a reason you ducked back in the woods when I went by the first time?
I don't know if it's a bridge or like an old stone. I don't even know what it is back there. But yeah, I was just checking it out.
Yeah, dude, you wouldn't believe it. Back in the woods, I saw a bunch of, like, crop circles, and I'm pretty sure I saw some fucking dirty little bastard gnome run back there, so I was just going to check it out. You know, maybe even find, like, a leprechaun's pot of gold. There was a whole bunch of stuff back in the woods, so as I was jogging around, it kind of caught my eye, so I went back there and took a peek. That's the explanation for why it seemed like I was running away from you. Really, I was just on an exploratory adventure, really. There's so much magical wonder back there and whimsy, elves and shit, so I was just taking a peek.
Sit tight with him while I run him real quick.
The name he gave didn't exist in any police database. No driver's license, no vehicle record, no trace at all.
That's impossible. You're telling me Dennis Evans Williams doesn't exist? My lord. He's a deep cover secret agent. You're impeding his investigation. He was back there with his cock out in order to try and bring down some kind of occult organization or something. That's the only explanation. Dennis Evans Williams clearly exists. I'm looking right at him.
You don't have an ID on you right now? Nothing on you? All right, sit tight. Let me see what else I can find out.
Okay.
He repeated the same information. Still, nothing came back. Meanwhile, after the two failed attempts to identify the suspect, the victim drove past the scene, and from inside her car, she saw the suspect and immediately identified him to the officer, stating that she was 100% sure. This prompted the officer to approach the suspect a third time, giving him the last chance to give his correct identity.
Oh shit, he got caught on the drive-by here. So the victim drove by and noticed that this was indeed the same character that was just hanging hog out there while she was out on her morning run. And now, with that information of her saying she's 100% sure that's the right guy, the officer is again approaching him to try and get his real identification here, since Dennis Evans Williams is not panning out.
Victim drove by. She gave me a description when I talked to her. She drove by, said 100%, no doubt in her mind it was you.
Okay.
So, here's what we're going to do. You're going to give me your proper name, you're going to give me your address, and then we're going to go from there.
He continues to maintain that he's Dennis Williams. I'm shocked! So this isn't really going anywhere. He's just dropping breadcrumbs of some make-believe mumbo-jumbo here, going nowhere, so I'm going to fast forward a little bit here because he's just stumbling around trying to get himself out of this. It's not working.
Okay.
Go ahead and put your hands back behind your back, though. Like I said, you're not getting arrested. Nope. Turn around, face that way.
Face that way.
Okay.
You're not getting arrested. Put your hands behind your back. Interlace your fingers together.
Okay. Gun. Is this why you didn't want us to pat you down?
Well, part of it.
While detaining the dastardly Dennis here, they were patting him down and then going to put him in the vehicle to talk further and figure out, like, who is he? They found a gun while patting him down, and he's like, yeah, that was part of the reason I didn't really want to be giving you guys all my information, thinking that that would be a problem. He didn't tell them that the gun was there, so now they're getting a little more serious about, okay, man, who are you? Just tell us your real name.
All right. What's your real name?
So, here's the deal. This has nothing to do with what you guys stopped me for today. I'm supposed to be at work, all right? I told my wife I was supposed to be at training today. I didn't want to go to work. I took a vacation. She just thinks I'm at work.
4970.
Okay.
4670.
That's about
So
it.
you're playing hooky right now?
Yes, exactly. And she thinks I'm at work because I didn't want to stay home with the kids, and so I had the babysitter come out.
Yep.
And that's where we're at.
He took a vacation from work so he could walk around out in public with his penis out. Look, my wife just wouldn't understand, but you guys get it. We're bros, right? Like, we understand each other. Sometimes you just need to cool down, take in the fresh air, and just pull your cock out and walk around outside. That's what I was doing. I was playing a little hooky, had a babysitter come over to watch the kids. My wife was none the wiser, and now kind of caught between a rock and a hard dick here, as you can see, officers. But, you know, that's the whole scope of the situation here. It just, I'm supposed to be at work. Clearly, I'm not at work. Bit of a mix-up.
Okay. So, you have your full name then?
Yes.
Okay, what is it?
Troy.
4534, I can find another.
Allen. A-L-L-E-N. White, just like the color. 10/31/86.
And you obviously don't want your wife to know what's going on.
Kind of why we're here.
As officers detained him pending identification, they conducted a pat-down. That's when everything changed. Inside his waistband was a loaded Springfield Armory Hellcat, round-chambered. In his pocket, a Microtech switchblade. Neither had been disclosed, but what the officers were just about to discover would shift the case even further.
The way they're using the music here sounds like a horror movie trailer right now. They got like the creepy water phone sound effect. What they discovered was going to change everything. Tucked into his waistband, in addition to the other instruments, was his penis. Again! Confirming beyond a shadow of a doubt that this was the same cock that was just indecently exposed outside moments prior to the officers arriving at the scene.
Is there any way I could write you something?
Huh?
Any way I could get a pen and a piece of paper?
Okay. Touch your feet.
What he wrote on that paper was KCSD. His true identity is Troy Allen White, a 10-year Kent County Sheriff's deputy.
So I guess he wanted to keep this one a bit off the record, so he wrote it down, passing some notes here, letting them know that he is actually an off-duty officer. He is a Kent County Sheriff's deputy, Troy Allen White.
Yeah, you work for the Sheriff's Department? Okay, what do you do there?
4119,
Oh yeah, I work for the Sheriff's Department. What do I do there? I'm just kind of the penis guy. That's just kind of like what I do there. It's just, they say, hey, Troy, pull out that wiener, right? That's just kind of what I do here. So, I was supposed to be at work today, so I just got a little confused, walking around outside. Big misunderstanding.
County, lodge on false info, indecent exposure, $100 bond for each.
Okay.
So you'll be able to post bond tonight. I'm going to tell you you're going to get suspended when we get down to the Sheriff's Department here.
Troy gave consent to search his truck.
So I believe the strategy here from Troy was to inform the officers that he is also in law enforcement, hoping that they would try and look out for him to help him out, maybe squeeze himself out of this whole thing here. That wasn't in the cards. That didn't happen. So next, they got consent from Troy to search his truck. There they found under the booster seat for one of his children a rifle and a flesh-colored dildo. So this man was driving around the fucking freak-mobile here. So they started wondering, well, what is all of this about? What's up with this dildo and all this?
About intent, behavior, and whether this incident was isolated. During a follow-up call, officers asked the victim a necessary question, whether she could have mistaken what she saw.
What you saw, you described it as his penis.
Right.
Do you know what color it looked like?
So I was thinking about this a lot last night because one of the officers asked me, "Are you sure it was his penis?" And I was like, yeah.
Okay.
And then I started to think, well, I suppose it could have been a strap-on dildo that he was wearing through his pants.
This goes on for quite a little while, but I'll summarize. She does, like, tinker around with the notion that maybe it's possible he was wearing a dildo out of his fly, but she's pretty certain it was actually his penis. She goes on to describe the color as being, like, very white and contrasting, like, with everything else. So she is very confident that it was his penis, but then even says, if it was a dildo, this is still completely unacceptable regardless, which the officer on the phone agrees with. Ultimately, they did charge him with indecent exposure among, like, falsifying information. He also resigned in the midst of all of this, and I can't find a follow-up for what happened with the charges, so hopefully the indecent exposure and all that stuck, because this guy is a fucking weirdo freak. Anyway, just wanted to put this story on your radar here. This was a wild one. That's really about it. See ya. Don't know too much about this one. All I know is it's a dude-like roguelike. How many dudes? So, based on what I'm seeing here, it's going to be increasingly difficult challenges like how many dudes to kill a gorilla with roguelike elements. I don't know, a buddy of mine told me about it. Sounded cool from the way he described it. Let's ride, new run. Round 1, 10 toddlers. Oh, one dude could easily take that, right? Oh yeah, this is a freebie. Yeah, did they even touch me? That might have been hitless. I little broed them right there, hand out in front of them, giving them the fucking business down here, popping them. Need more dudes. Post a flyer to attract a new type of dude to the ranch. The old Ram Ranch. Okay, so Spartan dudes and Bard dudes. Spartans, 20% chance to block attacks aim at nearby dudes. Bard dudes, every 4 attacks, Bard dude plays a song that inspires 4 random dudes, increasing their damage and run speed by 4% for 4 seconds. This effect stacks up to 4 times. That feels really good. Let's do a Bard dude. They're tiny horses. They're ponies and ducks. I think we win this. Yeah. I kind of ganged up on my Bard dude, but that's okay. No, I'm assuming he comes back, right? I'll give him like a Senzu bean and he'll be back. Oh, I lost him for good. He's just dead. 36 toddlers. We'll just keep doing the easier fights. Yeah, they're getting cooked. Except this guy might go down. Never mind. Teamwork. There we go. Good work. 134 toddlers. That should be free. Oh, I don't know. Actually, he's really surrounded. And still completely fine. They can't do anything except just like goo goo gaga and fucking throw up, tinkle their little britches. God, my bards and clerics do so much. Oh! My God, he fucking blasted my background dudes like a kickball. That's making a beautiful sound. What a serene melody. Sounds like Donald Duck getting run through a wood chipper. Yeah, we're not losing any health right now. I bet the stats on this one are great. Yeah. Yeah, that's... Oh, they did the most damage and some of the most... And almost the most healing. Oh, there's a gorilla in here. Uh-oh. Luckily, I have a ton of healing. He's fucking shoryukening our ass. Yeah, in these long sustained fights, I'm basically unkillable. I just have so much sustain. And I'm getting so many free items. 708 bees? We'll just do the little ducks. Oh, actually, this could be dangerous. But I'm not a bitch. Give me the little ducks. Holy fuck. They're gonna melt my fucking computer. And it'll cost me $1 million to get more RAM for a new one. They did no damage. They actually did no damage. Oh man, this guy is killing us. Holy shit. Wow, I underestimated the unicorn terribly. That's super not good. Oh my god. Oh god, no. No, my run. Holy shit, these bees were crazy. What the fuck? Those bees were nuts. Oh, what? Fuck, man. I cannot believe those bees were that hard to kill. Damn! Yeah, so I think next run, I need to focus... I'll do like a very quick one. I think I need to focus entirely on damage instead of like sustain. Just to see. Or shit like that. I'm just gonna do a really crazy like Ooga Booga run here. No think, just damage. Oh my god, he's absolutely obliterating all of my medics. They spawned right next to the big guy. That couldn't have been worse positioning. Wow, I lost so many medics right away. I haven't killed a single thing. I've killed one wolf. GG. Yeah, that build was just not a good idea. I didn't have a whole lot of synergy, I just went for high DPS and crit. And it did not work. I did not like Paladin at all. Was not a huge fan there. I just genuinely think there is so much potential with Paladins, even though I didn't love them in my last run. Their base stats are so good. I'm going Paladin again. Maybe I just didn't see the good relics. Toddlers will probably actually be easier than this one. Oh, this vampire is surrounded. Holy shit, they're ganging up on him like he has fucking Hershey's chocolate bars in his pockets. Good lord. Regular dude just woke up. He just came back from the hospital and immediately died again. And I lost a vampire. Okay, I actually lost quite a bit there, to be honest. Man, the kids don't have a chance against this squad. Holy fuck, they roll out and just annihilate them. Alright. I'm liking our build right now. I'm really liking our build right now. I also have a nice 4 meteors here, which I might actually rip. No, maybe not, maybe not. Didn't need to. Gotta have faith in the boys, man. If you don't believe in the boys, who will? I think I will just blow him away so I can save that Viking dude. No, don't do it, Viking dude! I did that to save you! Ended up working out just fine. Nope, he still died. All you had to do was not go over there and try and solo him. The vampire thing just procced, I saw it happen, that was cool. When vampire dude takes damage while below 50, steals 20% health from random dude if that dude has more health than him. That sucks for me. When cleric dude takes fatal damage, he will recover with full health and send out divine pulse with 300% increased range and 1000% increased power. Each cleric dude can do this once per round. Sure. Can't re-roll anyway. Oh, my medic's up. Just play it safe. I'm about to have 5 medics come in, so let's do this. Very clean! Didn't lose anybody. Oh my god, we are fucking sailing so smooth.
Oh yeah.
Wow. That was no problem at all. Yeah, we fucking ganged up on him like we were trying to recover a fumble in football there. This is pretty clean! This is even cleaner than my first run. I'm liking the position we're in here. Alright, I'm back. My fucking dudes are getting a little rambunctious here, a little out of control, antsy. Ram Ranch is popping off right now. Oh, reduce enemy damage by 1% for 5 seconds, stacking up to 10 times? That sounds very strong. 3 alpha wolves. Fuck it. I forgot these were the alpha wolves. These guys don't do shit to us. They're small fry. I could give everyone 5% crit chance, like that's probably worth spread across this many dudes. Or I can give my vampire dudes an additional 30% HP. Don't know if I care about that much. Let's just do this. This is guaranteed benefits. I don't remember seeing these pigs. Did I avoid pigs in my round 80 run? The feral hogs. Hog Rider. This vampire and this pig were having quite the slugfest there. God, our health just doesn't move. We have so many ways of healing. I love the sound that they make, too. It sounds like the Mario Party minigame when you make that song and they just go... Or like Banjo-Kazooie characters.
Oh yeah.
I'm just gonna keep load. Oh, that's a lot. 3... That might be a little much. That might be a little too much. If I was a bitch, run it. Okay, we're handling it pretty well so far. There we go, we got our first kill. Our second kill. Everyone's still at full health? Wow. Wow. We are looking strong. They didn't kill anybody. I thought for sure we were gonna lose someone there. Even the regular dudes are alive and at full health. Even the regular dudes. Holy shit. The God Run. Wow. 29k damage dealt by the Vikings. Yep. Oh, man. The dude crews. Very smooth. You do love to see it. Just more Viking dudes. Might as well. Yeah, we're fucking flipping them like burgers on the grill right now. We're extremely tanky and our damage is very good. Our damage was a problem early on, but late game we scaled so well with all these Vikings. This one's the toughest one so far, but it looks like our vampires stacked the damage reduction on them because they're not hitting as hard anymore. So good, man. So good. Woo! Yep. We got all of the shit stacked, so now they can't kill us. They're powerless. Once the most fearsome predators in the animal kingdom, they can do nothing against the dudes. I thought for a second this might have been a tough wave. It was not. Oh, we're so strong! I think I do want some more vampires, though. We have a perfectly even spread, really. I think some more vampires would do us well. Hang in there. Ugh. Alright, we're good. I don't need to pop anymore. I might have played that too safe, to be honest. I think I might have used too much shit, but whatever. Damn, they are hitting hard now, though. Okay, so now we're getting into the, like, actual end game. Nice. I'm just gonna keep loading up on Vikings. Oh, no, not the big bees. Not the big bees. That I'm just not risking. That's a run ender right there. It's not worth it. I'll fight the fucking polar bear. I'll take a little bit of money lost there to not have to deal with the bees. Also, this berserk chain is looking really good. He's giving it to my clerics and shit. That's crazy. And this one vampire. He's got him. Oh, wait, no, that was rude. throw them away like some dirty laundry. Man, the sound this one is making. I think we're gonna get into the territory where it starts fucking melting my GPU. It'll cost me $12,000 to get a new one with the new fucking Nvidia prices that are rumored to be coming out. God damn it! Stabilize! I think we got it. I think we got there. I wanted a burner phone, but I couldn't find an opportunity. I had to keep trying to heal. Christ, they were tough. We did it! Round 100 complete. Oh yeah. We did it. Now we're just into the endless waves. We fucking did it, baby. Man, round 100 was no joke. That made me blow every resource I had. But we did it. Oh, and we're gonna finish with bees. No way I get out of this alive. Unless... Wow! We're actually gonna hang on! I thought for sure the bees would cook us. We went through 1,000 bees and 54 big bees. Pretty fucking good. Just keep dropping meteors. They're very tanky, so it's taking a while to kill, but we're gonna survive just fine. I'm excited to see what else they add to this game. Because this is still just a demo. I imagine they'll get up to things that aren't just animal related. How many dudes to kill Cthulhu? How many dudes to kill fucking Galactus? I'm very curious. Wow, we're gonna fucking survive this too. Really? Wait, we're doing so well. I'm telling you, man, vampires might have been the secret sauce. Paladins and vampires. We already knew cleric and medics were amazing, and Vikings always sounded good, but I had no idea vampires would perform this well. They're unkillable. Even when one does die, it revives itself, and since it has so much lifesteal and shit and overhealing, it probably just like gets itself all the way back to full without me even noticing. Very cool. That's some good shit. Oh my god. I didn't think we'd be able to buy here. What the fuck? This is so good. I don't even need to use any items here. The polar bears are weak. Polar bears are actually kind of shit. They're just very tanky. One thing I would like them to do in the full game is instead of everything just punching, I'd love if they had different animations. So like the ninja, they throw shuriken, samurai, like more sword-oriented type shit, paladin, maybe like a hammer. That'd be nice. And maybe they eventually will do that. There is one guy over here getting ganged up by every fucking alpha wolf, and he is still fine. And one guy here too. They are all going to this guy and still can't do anything. It's like fucking Katamari over here. Who is that guy? Give him a medal. What a fucking animal. face tanking the entire football team. Holy shit. What the fuck? One toddler. One random toddler? Interesting. This is gonna be tough. Yeah, they just killed the paladin right away. Run! No! They got us. 1,600 geese. Round 114, that's pretty fucking good. Woof! That was clean. I took a snooze, now it's time for dudes. I want to do a new run because this was just experimenting at the end of the last video. Got up to, what was it, round 114, but I think I can go all the way up to round 1014. I truly believe in myself. Now that I've become the master of men, I feel like I know what to look for, what kind of build I want. So it's just a matter of optimizing and hopefully getting some good rolls. I wonder if I should get a medic dude, or continue to try new stuff like with the warlock. I might try the warlock. Let's try the warlock. We haven't used them before. Let's see how this goes. Just out of curiosity. I feel like that's going to be really good. Both of these are good. Warlocks really were a terrible call. Like, actually really bad. That's okay, though. That's okay. Collecting data. That's all. A little bit of dude data. Warlocks were just a really bad choice. I think I'm just going to abandon Warlocks, unless they have a really good relic that I haven't seen yet. This is gonna need to be dude juice for sure. Lost too many clerics. Ooh, the bees. I'm not afraid of bees anymore. I've grown up. Yeah. I'm no longer traumatized by those dirty little bastards, those bitches. They don't scare me. That's perfect. They instantly killed 10 skeletons, so now we are so buffed. That was perfect. See, that's what I want every time. Just instant 10 skeledudes killed. Just fucking blasted, so that way all of us are tankier and we fight in their honor. Wow, our damage is incredible because of the skeleton dudes. Holy shit. Them dying just gives us so much. We get so much value out of it. You know, the Warlocks really weren't the worst call in the world. They just don't ever die. Which is nice. Maybe I should have bought the Taunting Relic for them when I had the chance. And I think focusing on, like, mainly these 3 units has been crucial. Instead of spreading everything out. Oh my god, the amount of skeleton dudes we can have there if I can just find a taunt. I'm gonna grab this in the hopes that I get a taunt. Because this just seems so good. This is great, but I'm trying to invest for, like, going into 150. Oh, I just need to find a taunt. A skeleton taunt, specifically, because then all my skeletons taunt for 4 seconds. Holy shit. Imagine the amount of skeleton dudes we can summon with that. I've gotta gamble for it. I've gotta. Oh, I need the taunt! But at least I get this back. Should I re-roll for it? I can do it a couple times to really try and fish. But I mean, this is guaranteed right here. I'm gonna have a huge investment come through anyway. I'll wait for the investment, then I'll just do a ton of re-rolling. Let's get the guaranteed here, though. And I'm gonna save. Reroll, maybe. There it is! It's Bony Backhand! That's the one I'm looking for! Holy shit! Skeledudes, 20% toughness, and taunt 4 nearby enemies to attack them for 4 seconds when they're summoned. I should be spawning a billion Skeledudes if this procs at all for me. I summoned 1. But at least they're taunting. The taunt is still incredible. There's my huge investment. God, the taunting is so good. Oh my god, the taunting is good. Fuck, what a crazy run. Damn, they can't even kill the Skeledudes that are coming in. Yeah, we got 41 active right now. Wow! Wow! That's a lot of dudes coming in, brother. We got dudes coming out of the woodwork. We got dudes coming from the shadows. Dudes coming out of nowhere. Somehow they are laser focusing on our clerics. What the fuck? I've summoned over 200 Skeledudes. Okay, next one I'm gonna have to pop my phones and get the clerics out. Ah, Jesus. Alright, now they're dying, we're fine. Oh, we might make it to 120! I'm putting the cart before the horse a little bit here, but this is looking good. GG. Damn it! The polar bears didn't really fucking do anything. It was all entirely the gorillas. Fuck, man, the gorillas were strong. Well, we got to 119 at least. If I hit a store, we're good, but I don't hit a store here. It's next round I hit a store. GG! 119. Fuck! Another really good run, though. If I didn't take Warlocks, if I took something else there, probably medical dudes. If I took the medic dude, that could have kept going. Like, these weren't terrible, because they never died. But if I took the medic dude there, oh man. That was a throw here. I just wanted to get experimental. Taking that was a throw, but still cool to see. Oh, this was a really great game. Pixels were beautiful. Oh, it was, man. Neon Inferno was a banger. Man, back-to-back bangers. Brutal John was great. Neon Inferno was great. Now we're going to go into How Many Dudes, which is great. You love to see that. 2026, here, I got a little resolution. I want to statistically have been the guy that played the most games on stream. Like, variety of games. My last dude run went up to 119. I know if I had just not thrown by grabbing Warlocks, I would have been in the 120s. Easily. I've got a good handle on the fundamentals. A Bard would be great, too. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go Necro Dude, Franken Dude, because I think that's the strongest combination in the game. Cleric for sure. And then maybe Bard Spartan for blocking. Because the big problem at the end of the game is like the fucking 2,000 gorillas and shit. There's the cleric! Oh my god, we're getting everything we need right away! Painless! Now the last thing I want is Spartans, and I think we're kinda set. Oh, I didn't get Spartans. Damn, that's really unlucky. It's gonna have to be Paladins then. Damn. Really wanted Spartans. I don't think Paladins are going to be able to tank enough for us in the 120s. No choice, though. I didn't get any dice, so I can't reroll. Tough. Alright, Paladins. No, I guess... No, it has to be Paladins. I can't risk anything else. That's just super not helpful. My Franken dudes are just getting fucking blasted. This is so useless for me. But we're gonna grab it. Again, we're gonna try and prep for a 120 run. It's looking unlikely, but oh my god. Man. Picking up that cleric relic there immediately just paid off big time. That by itself just saved us. Alright, that's looking good now. That's looking really good now. Alright. Are we back? Are we fucking back? Okay, it's looking good again. Alright, we're entering the late game now. Well, not really. We still have another 50 waves before late game, but we're starting to turn it around. That's what we needed right there. That's what we fucking needed. You can never count the dude out. A dude is at his strongest with his pants down, fucking ass up. And look at us now. Yikes. Okay, I have to pop that potion. That was looking a little threatening. None of my Skella dudes died, so we didn't get any of the toughness or the other buffs or anything. That's okay. I don't know if we can kill the unicorn without taking a lot of casualties. I need to show faith in the dudes, though. I need to. If I don't believe in them, who will? Yep, they instantly killed one of my clerics, but luckily he procced. Okay, we only lost 3. Technically 4. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Could have been a lot worse. Yeah, I wish I didn't grab these 4 paladins. Like, I had to choose paladins because there was no other option, but I wish I didn't grab 4 more of them. That would have been really nice if I spent it on bards or Franken dudes. I fucked up. Oh god, 3 unicorns. Instantly just killed 2 of my necro dudes. Instantly. Damn unicorns, fucking bastards, I tell you what. And these bad boys are standing strong. Holy. Having a hard time chopping them up. Almost there. They did not go quietly. Instantly dropped those 1,000 bees. That's probably the fastest I've ever killed the 1,000 bees. Hang in there, you fucking bastards! Please stop dying. My bards are getting clapped. Alright, we're fine. He gets around 200. I don't think anyone's got past round 123 from what I've seen. 123 is the filter. Because 123 is 1660 polar bears. And I think the only way you can get past that is with Spartans. Why I was trying to build Spartans, because I think they're like really the only way. Man, they're tapping my bards hard. Why? Leave them alone. The only units I fucking lost were bards. Oh, yeah. Man, they fucking blasted some bards. Damn, they're still blasting some bards. Oh fuck, they're really... Oh man, they're really getting after the bards. Hopefully they'll start dying soon, because, holy shit. Jiminy Christmas. About fucking time. My god. So many bard corpses littering the battlefield. Oh god damn. My Franken dudes! Yeah, oh my god, I didn't get the click off. Yeah, 114's tough. I should have shroomed earlier. Oh, come on, stop. Hey, leave him alone. He tried his... Leave him alone, he tried his best. Just kill him with dignity. Hey, cut guys, grow up. Oh, come on. Leave him alone, guys. Damn. I've got a new interesting speedrun strategy I'm about to try. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to choose early game easy route more often and compound the investments. So I'm just going to keep stacking them till it gets hard. Ooh, this is a rough start. Okay, so now I have a decision to make. Do I go Franken dudes or do I go for Bard? I actually think I go for Bard. I think I just keep re-rolling for Bard. But the Necro Dude Franken Dude combo, oh, bro, that's putting Mozart in front of a piano. I don't know. I feel like I'm gonna get a lot of value if I go Bard. Plus, everyone and their mother's doing Necro Dude Franken Dude. We're going for Bard. We're getting experimental. Yeah, I'm gonna go Unicorn. I should be able to kill it. Yeah, the taunting was really good here because he's all over the knight. Look at that. No casualties on Unicorn Wave. Oh, fuck, that's nice. That's some good shit. That's some real good shit. Kata came in here to appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I know. It's looking pretty good. And we haven't even got to the main experimentation of the run yet. With my doubled investments, I know. Kata, what's up? I know. Good girl. I'm very surprised. Like this, I've been like malnourished this run on relics because I've been saving, and we're still this strong. This is pretty solid. I do think though after this boss, I will need to do the easy routes. Because, like, see, like, now I'm starting to kind of get slapped around a little bit here. We lost a couple units. So it'll probably be required to do the easy stuff going forward. That Unicorn is really looking at that Bard right there. He's being real mean to my Bard. He's bullying him for no reason. What a piece of shit. Oh, he killed a regular dude. Have mercy. It was just a normal man. He wasn't even a fighter. He was here by accident. He wandered in. Okay. I'm about to have so much money come in. I wonder if 2 investments is enough. 2 full investments stacked. Or if I should do 3. That's the decision I'm about to have to make. So there's 12k. That's fucking massive. But should I do it again? Get up to the 26,000 by the end. Like, I'm still doing fine. I can't decide. Nice! Pretty good! The damn shame still no Bony Buckler. Or Bony Backhand, whatever the fuck it is. Oh yeah! Wait, what a fucking hold here! Holy shit! Nice! So good! Good shit, dudes. Holy fuck. The dude news is looking good here. They tried to separate us. I mean, they successfully separated us. Like, that did happen, but don't let it tilt you, boys. Hang in there, dudes. I could just burn her phone, but I didn't need to. I'm trying to save it for 119. Excellent work. Nice. We lost a couple of bards, but that's okay. That's what dude juice is there for. It exists for a reason. I actually want to see the stats on this one here. I feel like the vampires did a lot for me. Reducing their damage. Wow, they even did like a ton of healing on their own. God, look at the damage taken from the knights and the damage prevented from the knights. Oh my god. No surprise with the bards and clerics doing that much damage, but Jesus, the damage prevented is crazy. Alright. This is the make or break. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on. Oh, man, 119 is just too hard. Man, 119 is brutal. Fuck! We weren't able to get there. Got every single knight relic. Damn it. Run it back, run it back. That strategy, though, of the double... Well, no. The triple investment, that's the way. Oh my god, we're so cooked. No healing at all. Man, the toddlers are eating us alive. This is such a terrible setup here. I cannot believe how bad this is. I just kind of want to see it through now. This is unbelievable. This is probably the saddest fucking dude run of all time. I can't decide if I want Cleric or Bard more. I'm kind of leaning Cleric. Bard's extremely good though. Thank God I saved my pocket dice. Oh my god, no way. That's incredible. Even double pocket dicing. Well, that's pretty much GG. Ooh. I lost 2 Franken dudes there? What the? 3 Franken dudes there? What? Wow, I didn't expect that. Those guys kind of popped off on me. Yeah, wow, what they are actually clapping my Franken dudes. Oh wait, I haven't checked my roster order in a while. Did my knight take the 30%? I think it did. Yeah. That unicorn just destroyed half of my Necro dudes. That's crazy. What a rampage it just went on. Oh! Wow. There goes half of my Necro dudes. Wow. Man, the unicorn, like, this entire run, they have really hated those guys. They focused the fuck out of them. What in tarnation? Their damage is also really good now because of the stored pact buff that they get. So their damage has been really good. I've been looking at the numbers. They're constantly like second. Well, I guess tied for third here, but it fluctuates. Their damage is really good. That's the important thing. Wow. Insta-killing half. Yep. The unicorns fucking hate necromancy. Okay, but the free restock was helpful. Oh my god. Oh my god, these are both so fucking good. I mean, this is better in this situation, but that's also so good. Oh my god, what the fuck? We could have had something crazy if I had a little bit more money. Hopefully I see it again. Oh my lord, Tourniquet was unreal. If I could have gone Tourniquet and Frenzy, what the fuck, man. Hopefully I can see Tourniquet again. Haven't lost a single non-Skella dude. I thought for sure I'd need to pop a consumable here. Nope. Even my one knight, unrelicked, is still alive. Holy shit. Still didn't need it. Holy shit. Wait, we are cooking. We are cooking. You love to see that, man. The boys are really performing well. These dudes are putting on a fucking show. Excellent work, gentlemen. It's fucking unreal. I haven't needed any consumables. This is great going into 114. Even the bees, man! Even the bees can't fuck me! Oh my god. No fucking way! Holy shit! Not a single casualty. Or consumable. Man, what a squad. Warlocks did great, man. Warlocks really did impress me here. I'm very proud of them. I'm loving it! Those unicorns even tried to isolate one Franken dude, bully him, and couldn't. They really thought. The big bees really thought, huh? They were really thinking there for a moment, weren't they? How interesting. How truly interesting. To have been thinking. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. Alright, it's 114, baby. I don't think... Did either of my... There we go. Wow, there was so much lag there. Neither one of my things went off. Nice. Made it. Alright. Eyes on the prize now. Let's get to 120, baby. It's crazy how the knight doesn't die. I have put 0 relics into the knight, nothing, and he still has survived every single round. I think he's only died like once when I first got him. When he first showed up at my doorstep. Alright, 119. This has been by far my best run. This is my best chance. Come on, boys. Hang in there, hang in there, hang in there. Holy fuck, we're gonna make it. Holy shit, we made it. Holy shit, we made it. We're in the 120s. We fucking did it. We're in the 120s. Okay. Uncharted water. I don't think I need the lightning. Maybe I do. Nice! 121! Man, the Warlock's still not dying. Nor Frankendudes. Alright, we're getting to 123. Getting close. I don't think anyone's beaten 123 yet. Oh my god! No. Hang in there! GG. Fuck, I couldn't make it to 123. Just shy. $122. Fuck! Great run, though. What a fucking great run. If I could have got a cleric instead of a knight, I think I had that. Though, admittedly, focusing on just 4 units instead of 5, I think also has a lot of benefits. Because I was able to juice so many medics and so many necro dudes, because then I didn't have to focus on also getting this one up. So, overall, I think 4 is very viable, but if I could have had clerics here, or bards, oof, that would have been amazing. I've really come around on warlocks. That was a really good showing from warlocks. I'm fully committing to the build in my head, which is medic, cleric, bard, necro dude, franken dude. And if I do not get that assortment, I'll probably just reset. And instantly not getting what I wanted. Okay. No, maybe Viking. Since maybe instead of doing medic, bard, cleric, I'll do medic, cleric, Viking, necro dude, franken dude. Because Viking can give everything berserk, which will be really good for us. Yep, there we are. That's the sound of a dude. There we go, we got our franken dudes. Nice. This is the one I wanted. That's the exact one I wanted. And pocket dice. Actually perfect. Threw that goose like a football. Damn, we got bards. I really need medic dude. I don't think bard's enough. Though, cleric, bard, Viking, franken dude, necro dude. Is cleric good enough at healing? I don't know if cleric can do it. That's the only problem, is I'm not confident cleric is enough healing. Bard is so fucking good. I'm doing it, I'm doing it. I need to save this just so we can get necro dude for sure. Up, 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 up. Good. I'm pretty optimistic here about this run. I feel like, because when we get to 122, their damage increases 2% every second. Oh, come on, not like this. Oh my god, not like this. No way. Okay, I'll go fuck myself. Really? 4 rerolls and no necro dude. I guess we'll try this, but now my franken dude is fucking useless. Oh, wow. Alright, we'll see if Vikings can carry. I'll just not put anything into franken dudes. Man, that's crazy. That's crazy. That blows my mind. What shit RNG that was. Woof! Man, we're taking damage. But at least they're saying ha, 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 ha. like in Chivalry when you spam emotes. Spam the voice lines. Charge! That kind of thing. Wow. We are weak as fuck. Oh boy. I might not be able to do a full dump here. Because then we have zero chance of even making it to 120. Come on, come on, come on, hang in there, hang in there, hang in there, hang in there. Nah, I was right. I knew we couldn't survive that. Oh well, that was a terrible run. I did not get the shit that I wanted. I knew I should have trusted my fucking gut there. Ugh. Oh, I should have trusted my gut. That's so sad. Don't think you're getting anywhere without a Spartan, though. I did a Spartan run earlier. I was very unimpressed with the Spartans. Oh, this is tragic. Oh, this is so tragic. That's crazy. Okay. Gonna have to rely on RNG, no pocket dice. No bitches. Please, I need pocket dice. I don't want to be wasting too much money. I need to be compounding investments. But I'm gonna grab that because that's too good to pass up. I need pocket dice, you bastard! Thank you. That's all I can afford, though. We gotta get Franken-Dude with one reroll. Yeah, I've been kind of addicted to this game. I just want to be one of the first people to beat round 123. I've been coming close. Well, rather, I came close once to getting to 123. I died on 122 right at the end. Okay, no Franken-Dude in our first set here. Oh my god, not like this. No, 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 we have one more reroll. Franken-Dude! Okay, we're cooked. GG. Probably GG. I guess just medics. But the run is cooked. The run is actually fully fucking cooked. We'll just save the money for a big compound interest buy. I'm not gonna reset. I'll see if I can take this there. I don't think it can beat 122, but I want to see if I can take it there. The Wizard Cleric combo goes hard. I haven't really used Wizards much. Maybe they can be good, I don't know. It's just the best damage dealing combo is Franken-Dudes and Necro-Dudes. I don't think there's anything else in the game that can scale as hard as that. So to prep for 123, like, I feel like you have to have that. Looks like the guy who beat 124 is same build but swapped Franken-Dude with Spartan-Dude. Oh, so he did go with Spartan-Dude. That's what I was theory crafting, what, yesterday? Where I was like, maybe Spartan-Dudes probably would do it. So what, instead of having Paladins here, he has, Spartans? Or instead of having Bards, he has Spartans. Or Medics. Or Clerics. What does he swap? It's just Spartans instead of Franken. Yeah, so, but I mean, I don't have Franken right now. So what of my build does he not use? My guess would be he doesn't use Clerics. He probably uses Paladins. I'm going to be honest, I actually don't know if I can kill wave 60 if I do a full investment, but I also have to. If I want to, like, prep. for 123. So we can't be a bitch about it. We gotta just run it. Alright, let's see if we make it. Just give me another bard. Just full buy. We got all my dudes back. Alright. Oh, we're fine. I thought they'd be hitting a lot harder on this build. Oh, we're good. Probably. Bards are dropping a little lower than I'd like, but we're still fine. Yeah, I had nothing to worry about. That's going to be a nice payday on this investment. Does this go on forever, or is there an end goal? It's endless, but the end goal is beating 123. Round 123 is basically unbeatable. Apparently it's been done, but it's very, very hard. The best I've done is 122. Now we get to cook! Yeah, I know. The bitrate gets absolutely destroyed for this. Nothing I can do about it. I think we're gonna really struggle with damage here in the hundreds. I don't think I'll get to 120 with this. Seeing how we're handling these waves, I just don't see us making it. But we'll see. We'll see. Oh, this is really good. The tuning fork there? Hold on a second, sports fans. Maybe doable? Maybe? Tuning fork is so good for us right now. What do you need to buy to make the dudes kiss? Good question. There is no kissing item in the game yet. But it's still just the demo. I'm sure it'll get there at some point. Yeah, we're in the bitrate destroying rounds now. I know. Just fucking hang in there. Hang tight. Buckle your seatbelt. We're trying to go for the long haul up to 123. God, our sustain is incredible though. We are very, very, very sticky. I just wish we could hit a little bit harder. Got a little nervous there for a second. Bees can fucking sneak up on you. They can get you when you're least expecting it. Nice! We handled that so well. I don't even think I needed to use a spore. What the fuck? We're kind of cruising. This might break the record. It won't. The sustain is incredible, but the damage I just don't think is there. I don't think we have the damage for it. You'll see what I mean on 122. Assuming I get to 122. These are like the only two relics left, I think. I think I've got pretty much everything else. Yeah, I actually have like everything else. Except calcium pills, which I am actively avoiding because I want my skeleton dudes to die. Well, yeah, look at this. Pretty much full relic run. Actually, almost every relic in the game. I'm gonna take a piss. I gotta pee so bad. I'll be right back. This is what I was worried about, though. Our damage isn't that good. Our damage is very pitiful. Look how long it's taking us just to kill these bees. Yeah, I don't think we get through 122 like this. Well, if I spam consumables, maybe. 520 Skeledudes. That's the most I've ever seen. Can you imagine if I had Frankendudes like I wanted right now? Can you even fucking imagine? Now, this is what I don't understand. How would you even kill them without Frankendudes? Kill them faster without Frankendudes. Like, the Spartan run apparently used Spartans instead of Frankendudes. How the fuck is that possible? Oh, shit. Oh, no, go, go, go. Oh, fuck. They're hitting hard right now. God damn, okay, I'm gonna have to meteor again. Oh, fuck! Oh, no, 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 I wanted to click here, but I accidentally clicked the guys. Oh, Jesus. Oh, this might be GG. This might be GG. Damn, didn't even make it to 122. Tough. Yeah, it's just the damage was not there. Just can't out-sustain that. No. Yeah. I don't know how you do that with Spartans and not Frankendudes, to be honest. I think I know the perfect build. It's Spartans, medics, bards, necro dudes, Vikings. Vikings for the berserk that can proc to the whole team. Medics, obvious reasons. Bard, obvious reasons. Spartans, I looked more into them. They can just be unbelievable late game monsters. Both damage and tankiness. And I got none of those here. Except the necro dude, which is fine. And necro dudes I'm going to be running because I want the skeledudes to die. So that way I can get a lot of extra buffs to the team. So that's going to be my synergy. But I'm not going to have a ton of necro dudes. I'm mainly going to go all in on Spartans. I'm only going to be using necro dudes up to a certain amount. Probably 10. Maybe... yeah, 10. 10's probably plenty. And I don't want toughness because I want them dying. Like, instantly I want them dying. The main thing is Spartans. I think with enough Spartans you can probably just solo... they can probably just fucking solo up to 123. From what I've seen with their late game relics. Spartans. Huge. This might actually be the first time this toddler round kills me. Yeah, they actually killed quite a few units for the first time fucking ever. Oh my god, I'm so weak right now with no healing. Medic, we actually got exactly what we needed. God, look at the size of some of my Spartans. Like Rita from Power Rangers hit him with the growth thing. That crit is obviously gonna go. I just made a big mistake by accident. I didn't mean to. I accidentally clicked when I was dragging. It's okay. This could be a huge investment play. Easy route forever, obviously. I could dump 15k. I don't know if I would survive though. But I could dump 15k in this upcoming investment round. I'm really thinking I might do it. Though, if I just do the coward package, I'll still be at very close to the same spot I normally would be. But man, if I do 15k basically in there, holy shit. I could buy everything, which I've already done a few times. But I don't know if I will make it there without buying. I can't decide, man. I cannot decide. Like, I don't think the relics I have now are enough to carry me there. Fuck, this is a tough call to make. I think I've just got to do coward package. I've gotta. I wasn't 100% sure I'd make it there if I did the whole thing. I'll still be able to buy most of the store, it's just... is what it is. I accidentally misclicked. See, I made the right call. I wouldn't have made it out of here if I invested the whole thing. I'm barely gonna make it out of here as is. Holy shit. Yeah, I made the right call. Man. Holy shit. Hop, 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 hop. Keep berserking. Pretty smooth run. Oh, I mean, the run was not smooth at all. We had to fucking struggle to get here, but in the hundreds, it's been pretty smooth for us. I never hit the leather bracer, holy shit. Actually a massive pickup. Yeah, we are dropping shit fast. Our damage is really good. I think the berserk proccing is really cooking. Man, think about where we started. Look at us now, huh? Who would have thought? Who would have thought? After such a miserable early game. And the crazy thing is, man, all of those blunders with the relics and shit, imagine where we could be right now if I didn't fuck all that up. Though, admittedly, it's not that big of a deal, because we're still close to where I'd normally be by this point. Like, we're not far off, it wasn't super costly. Who's in here right now in the middle of 40 alpha wolves? It's just one random necro dude face tanking all the alpha dogs. Wow. Wow. What a man. What a fucking man. Fucking bees, man. Sometimes they just do it to you. You don't expect them to do it like they do, but then it does. God, look how big the Spartans get. Holy shit. Now you get to really see them when they rage, when they berserk. Well, we got to 120 again. I really doubted we'd get there with this. It was such a rocky start. Oh my god, we're back to 122! All I want to do is get to 123. I don't even have to go deep in 123, I just want to make it there. Nice, way to bully him, way to bully him. Are we holding right now? I think it's only because the polar bears are stuck. Come on, Spartans. Come on, Spartans. I'm blowing everything here just to see 123. That's all my consumables. It's in God's hands now. Come on, boys. Holy shit, we're gonna make it. Holy shit, we made it. Maybe. Hold on, let's not put the cart before the horse. But I think we made it. There's one goddamn goose still in there. With Spartans, I think burner phone is just so important. If I didn't start evacuating everyone over here, I think we lose. So now I know, going into 123 burner phones, positioning is going to be crucial. God, look at the size of my dudes. Holy shit, the kaiju battle. Alright. We made it. We're not gonna get far at all, probably insta-lose here, but we fucking made it. 123. We did it. We fucking did it. Look at the stats that you have to fight through. 3 bees, who gives a shit? 1,000 honey badgers, which, mind you, are unbelievably strong. We've already seen that. And then 1666 polar bears. Oh! Oh, fuck. Hey, we made a dent, though. We did make a dent. They will remember this final stand from us. Oh, man. We made it. We fucking did it. Anything is possible. All right.